Tonight we're talking about the Brittany Renner child support scam, and it's way worse than you've been led to believe. We're going to just get right off into the major part of it from the very beginning. These are the documents from the court case itself, from the filing that she's made itself. And everybody's talked about a lot of things, but I'm going to show you what they didn't say. I'm going to show you what they didn't talk about. On one of the filings here, if you go to page 12, this is the scandalous part. It says, petitioner, that's Brittany, petitioner has a need for attorney's fees. Petitioner is unemployed and does not have significant assets she can use to fund this litigation. Petitioner's primary source of income is by way of child support paid by the respondent. What? The respondent is PJ Washington. Let me say this again. This is directly from Brittany Renner's court filing. I haven't seen anybody else do this because you have to pay to get these documents. Everybody's going off of TMZ, and TMZ did not post the documents. They just gave you their own excerpts they took from the documents. I paid LA Superior Court to get the documents, and this is what it says in her own documents. This is what her attorneys have filed. It says, petitioner, that's Brittany, petitioner's primary source of income is by way of child support paid by respondent, that's PJ Washington, for the care of the party's minor child. Now, I've given you for anybody who just tunes in or whatever, you come across the video, I gave you the big part of it right up front, that other people have been speculating and guessing, but they haven't actually known what they were talking about. And because TMZ's article didn't document it, you're just guessing and you're just wondering. This is more than just she broke. This is more than just, well, you figure she's going to use some of the money on the kid and some on herself. She has filed in court. She's moved to California from North Carolina, moved to California so that I guess she knows the laws may be more favorable to her in California, and she's making no bones about it. She is outright saying that the primary source of her income, is the child support that PJ Washington is paying her right now. That's her primary income. This is not guessing. This is not speculation. This is not wondering. And by the way, I'm going to take you into the documents even further because it gets even worse, believe it or not. It gets even worse. I'm going to go down a little bit here. It says that the respondent has the respondent, that's PJ Washington, has the ability to pay for both his own attorney's fees and the petitioner's fees. Respondent makes millions of dollars per year and has millions of dollars in liquid assets. He handled his life far better than Brittany did. A $50,000 award of attorney's fees will not impact respondent's ability to pay for his own attorneys. In fact, given respondent's income and assets, it is likely that he would not even feel any financial impact from paying a $50,000 attorney's fee award. These are her attorneys saying, and PJ he won't even notice that $50,000 missing. She's moved to California. She's retained us in order for her to juice him. And we've taken her case and she won't even feel it. And there's a reason why they are demanding this now. They don't want to wait. They want to get right into it, and they're demanding it now. What I want to do here is we're going to go back up to the top here. I took you all that part first. Now we're going to go to the next part of it because there's a lot for you to understand and there's a lot you need to see before you can understand it. So they talk about the fact that they're filing this case on her behalf They're in Superior Court. They talk about that. And then they get into the part about where they want to start juicing people. So it says here that to balance the scales of justice, a party may request need-based attorney's fees payable by the other party pursuant to Family Code 7605, where there's a disparity in access to funds. Okay, skipping down here. Here, petitioner, that's Brittany Renner, seeks a child support modification and attorney's fees. The party's income disparity is striking. Respondent, that's PJ Washington, plays for the Dallas Mavericks, an NBA team. He is currently under a 3-year, $46.5 million contract and earns an average annual salary of $15 million. He has recently signed a 4-year, $90 million contract extension.
Nigga, what?
So if anybody was doubting that her and her mammy been pocket watching the whole time, and that whole big thing where she was trying to start an argument with him and recording it, this is what it was all about. Yep, it was all about this. And the fact that Brittany is living with her parents and things have gotten bummy and her parents are looking at her like, so what you gonna do? You better come up with something. Well, this is what she came up with. Now it says he has recently signed a 4-year, $90 million contract extension commencing in 2026. His opulent lifestyle, these are the attorneys pocket watching, his opulent lifestyle matches his extraordinarily high income. He recently moved out of an 8,887 square foot mansion. Damn! Oh, Brittany was living good for a minute there, wasn't she? No wonder she's salty. He recently moved out of an 8,887 square foot mansion in North Carolina and is currently looking to buy a new home in Dallas. During his home search, he is renting a 7,304 square foot mansion in Texas with his wife and 3 children. The couple has a huge Instagram presence and regularly posts photographs of luxury vacations, designer shopping sprees, jewelry, and new cars. Petitioner, on the other hand, lives in a modest Airbnb rental with the party's son, Paul III. Paul III lives with the petitioner, that's Brittany Renner, full time and has only seen his father once in 2025. Petitioner has no steady income. They're talking about Brittany. Brittany's lawyers say Brittany has no steady income. All that mess that she's been posting on Instagram and all that garbage, Brittany is in the discount bin. Brittany been in the discount bin. She's been there for a long damn time. All that faking and fronting. Remember, folks, I told you from 50 Cent to anybody else, you can lie on social media. You can make up stuff on social media. You can't lie in front of a judge. You can't lie to the judge because that has consequences. And so Brittany has decided she's going to see if she can buy her way out of the discount bin. Can she buy her way off the clearance rack? Because all that trash talking online, the bottom line is it's all a lie. I'm going to say this very briefly and get back to the documents. I've been saying to you all now for over 6 years. I've been telling you forever, all these so-called Instagram chicks, all these chicks that you see with their breast implants and their jewelry and their hair weaves, me and Simba and other folks I brought here on the program been telling y'all, these hoes are broke, man. They're broke. And they'll sit up here in front and flaunt up until the very last second, but they're broke, man. The money ain't coming like that. On Instagram primarily, but even over on OnlyFans. There's not this just steady stream of income for everybody. There's the 1% at the top, and then there's a small group of 3 or 4% after that, and then everybody else is on bread and water. And for the chicks who have aged out, once they start dropping kids, baby, if you didn't get a ring or a healthy child support deal, that's a wrap. So you can keep falling for the bait if you want to, but if she's on Instagram or OnlyFans or TikTok or something, taking pictures all the time, most of them chicks are broke as hell, including the historic so-called names you've been following for 10, 20 years. Their full-time job is not making money. Their full-time job is putting up a front to get you to never suspect. And the game been over for a minute. And when I go into the documents here further tonight, you're going to see how bad it really is. Now, getting back to the documents here, it says here that Brittany, the petitioner, lives in a modest Airbnb rental with their son. Brittany, the petitioner, has no steady income other than the $5,500 in child support that everybody has been repeating over and over, because the only documents, you didn't see any documents, you just heard the reporting from TMZ. I got the documents, and it gets much worse than this. Hang on tight. This amount is insufficient to meet Paul III's needs. What? Now, you just saw that it says that this is Brittany's only income. But then they say that that amount is insufficient for the son. So Brittany has moved to California, gotten a dirtbag attorney, and they're filing to say that Brittany's refusal to generate income for herself should not leave her destitute. You're already paying $5,500 a month for your son, but that's not enough for Brittany. We got to take care of Brittany too. So this is just blatantly saying we need to pay not just for Brittany's survival, we need to pay for Brittany's lifestyle. Even though you two were never married, her attorneys are going to court, in the words of the singer Tyrese, to effectively attempt to get a court to convert child support into alimony. And that's what this is about. It says here, support payments go straight to rent and fail to cover any of Paul III's other expenses, such as extracurricular activities, food, clothing, barbershop visits, and academic expenses. So she moved. Remember, she moved now. She moved to LA. She moved to California and is renting an Airbnb and is saying, I need my baby daddy. I need you all to increase his child support by 7 times because I can't afford to live out here, even though I moved out here. Yes, y'all are right. She should give up custody. But she's like, wait a minute, I got a meal ticket. Respondent's $46.5 million contract allows himself and his children in Texas to live an opulent lifestyle. This lawyer needs to get a bigger thesaurus. While petitioner is struggling to support Paul III. She gets $5,500 a month and is struggling. I got a bunch of women in here, married women, divorced women, baby mamas, and they would be thrilled if they were getting $5,500 a month. And Brittany is saying, I can't support a child on $5,500 a month. There's a bunch of y'all supporting several kids. Given the disparity in income and the lifestyle attainable by respondent, the court should at least order $35,000 a month in monthly support, in child support, and $50,000 in attorney's fees and costs. Let me say it again. They're saying, well, he got it. The court should order at least $35,000 in monthly. So she's getting $5,500. They said, no. Y'all should make it at least $35,000. So they want her to get damn near in a month, which she's currently getting in a year. They wanted to go $35,000 in child support plus $50,000 in attorney's fees. So isn't that interesting? The attorneys are asking more for themselves than they are for her. So you can see what their motive is. They want more for her. But folks, wait a minute. I told you before that I gave you the juicy part. I was going to give the details. Wait till you read what's next. Brief statement of the facts. Petitioner and respondent, that's Brittany and PJ Washington, are the parents of Paul III. Pursuant to North Carolina court orders, Paul III resides full-time with petitioner. They live in a small 3-bedroom Airbnb rental in West Hills, California. Petitioner was previously featured. Now, this is Brittany. They're saying that Brittany was previously featured on the television show Basketball Wives. However, she received her last Basketball Wives check on June 20th, 2025.
Damn!
Well, that certainly explains this video here now, doesn't it? So just a few weeks ago, Brittany Renner was showing out and making a big spectacle and fiasco in front of PJ Washington. Now we get the documents, people, not this guessing or speculation. Right after she got her final check from Basketball Wives, and she ain't no wife.
Oh, please.
By the way, she's not a wife. She's not married to anybody. But with this now we got a timeline, people. As soon as she got her last check from Basketball Wives and they let her know it was over, a month or so later, she starts recording her baby daddy and trying to start a fight with him. It all makes sense now, doesn't it? Great big piece of the puzzle just fell in your lap. Oh, this is the part she wasn't saying while she's walking out there to his truck and making a spectacle. By the way, yeah, she was out of money. She had gotten her last check that she had earned, in quotations, earned, and she was out of money now. So that's what it was. That's what it always was. She got her last Basketball Wives check on June 20th, 2025. Petitioner pays $5,000 in rent for their 3-bedroom home. 3 bedrooms. Now, it's just her and a kid. Why does she need 3 bedrooms? By the way, petitioner, that's Brittany, shops for clothes for Paul III at stores like Target and buys groceries at Vons. She's strong and independent. Respondent, on the other hand, that's PJ Washington, is employed as a professional athlete with the NBA team, the Dallas Mavericks. In 2023, he signed a 3-year contract valued at approximately $46.5 million, with an average annual salary of $15.5 million. He resides in Texas with his wife and 3 children. Respondent is renting a 7,304 square foot mansion in Texas while they search for a home to buy. Before they moved to Texas, they owned a home in North Carolina. Okay, I have to fill this in because clearly English is not the first language of her attorneys, but sitting up here fleecing people and extorting them is. That's their first language. The North Carolina home is 8,887 square feet and worth at least $4 million. They are very active on Instagram. They regularly post photographs of luxury vacations, designer shopping sprees, jewelry, new cars, and their children dressed in designer clothing. So yeah, if you want to know why Brittany and her mammy were sitting up here wilding out and spazzing out, now you know why. I'm talking about you bought your hoe, that's his wife. You spent $70,000 on her. That's the wife. So she minded her manners well enough to get that. This is what it's all about. They've been clocking him and pocket watching ever since. They've been clocking PJ and pocket watching ever since. The moral of this story, fellas, is stay on your grind, stay on your build. Everything else evens out from there. Under current orders, respondent, that's PJ Washington, pays only $5,500 in child support to petitioner Brittany Renner. This is not enough to meet Paul III's needs, nor is it enough money to ensure him a lifestyle similar to that of his father. He doesn't live with his father. Mama asked for full custody. Because petitioner cannot afford to give Paul III a life similar to that of his father, and because petitioner and respondent have a significant income disparity, petitioner asked the court for guideline child support and attorney's fees under Family Code 605. And then they go into what the code says, and it's all about how you can fleece money or take money, and that's what they went into. So I'm doing this right now because you go through all your other YouTube channels, you go through all your other websites, nobody actually posted the actual documents to show you what is it that Brittany's saying in court. What are her attorneys actually saying? And I'm showing you all tonight that they're making no bones about it, that Brittany is flat, stone cold broke. She's flat, stone cold broke. She has completely run out of money. The last time she got a check was June. That was 4 months ago now. Going on 4 months ago. While she is steadily posting on Instagram, talking about how she's that chick and she's so great and being a single mom is so fly. And that she doesn't have a problem with men. Do y'all see why she went crazy over Kevin Gates now?
Damn!
Does it make sense why she said, I'll convert religions, I'll do anything? Yeah, because the money was running out. It all makes sense now. You put the pieces together and everything I told you that it was, this is what it was. And because I've done the work of going over these things for you here, we're going to go a little bit further. I want to go to the next document here. I want to go to the next document because this one talks about the filings. Oh man, wait till y'all see this. Wait till y'all see this. Now, I'm going to have to read this. I'm going to have to go down the list and read this, so have a little patience. Have a little patience because I need to read this because I want you to understand some things. This is a document of declaration from her attorney. You see the last name here. So it's saying that I'm the petitioner's attorney in the above entitled matter. The facts contained in this declaration are known to me of my own personal knowledge, and I am competent to testify thereto. I hereby provide this declaration in support of petitioner's request child support. Petitioner's request child support. Okay, English is not his first language. Modification. Petitioner's child request for child support modification and for attorney's fees pursuant to Family Code Section 7605 in the amount of $50,000. So this is where he's saying, I got to get paid. And I need you all to get my fees from PJ Washington so that I can represent his baby mama in extorting even more money from him. So I need the court to demand that he pay me so that I can represent his baby mama, not his wife, his baby mama, in extorting more money from him. That's what this court filing is for. We're on a different court filing now. This one is from the attorney saying, y'all, court, I need you to make sure I'm papered up. I need you to make sure I'm papered up because she cannot afford to pay me. None of your other websites, YouTube channels, or anything else went into this document and this detail. The attorney is saying she cannot afford to pay me, and I need the court to assure that you're going to get the money from PJ Washington to pay me because Brittany can't. Summary of facts. On August 4th, 2025. When did Brittany have that blow up in the driveway with PJ Washington? Go check the dates. On August 4th of 2025, I was retained to represent petitioner, that's Brittany Renner, in this matter. Petitioner paid my retainer of $5,000. Now, he knows that he's going up against an NBA athlete, and yet he agreed to take $5,000 as the retainer, which means he knew from the beginning, I'm not going to get the bag from you, Brittany. We're going to get it from the NBA player. So the attorneys are in on it. While this matter is in the beginning stages, I believe there is significant discovery to be done to uncover the full extent of respondents' finances. I have read and reviewed my client's declaration and the attached exhibits. We'll get to those exhibits. You're going to want to see these. Given the issues present in this litigation and respondents' significant resources, I anticipate difficulty obtaining and enforcing support orders, and I also anticipate a multi-day evidentiary hearing of the issue of child support. It goes into here talking about what he's currently getting and what he expects from the contract extension. So this attorney is focused like a laser beam on PJ's earnings because that's what he's hoping to get. Respondent is a successful professional basketball player. He makes millions of dollars a year. This litigation, they're talking about this filing, centers around child support and attorney's fees. I could foresee possible custody challenges, enforcement issues given the interstate nature of litigation, and at least one evidentiary hearing. I also anticipate the need for significant discovery to ascertain, look it up, to determine the true extent of respondents' finances. Petitioner, that's Brittany, it says petitioner, Brittany, has been kept in the dark regarding the exact nature of the respondent's finances and assets. However, he openly posts his opulent, thesaurus fella lifestyle online. So, folks, do you see the point here? He's saying PJ has not been telling Brittany what he makes, and she hasn't been able to figure out on her own. Petitioner, that's Brittany, is severely disadvantaged compared to respondent due to the disparity of income. This matter is of the highest importance to petitioner, and she is fighting for proper child support orders commensurate to respondent's lifestyle. The current support order of $5,500 per month rendered in the state of North Carolina is but a drop in respondent's proverbial bucket and does not allow the minor child to have any semblance of respondent station in life. So what does this tell you? She left North Carolina and went to California because North Carolina said you can get $5,500 a month. This in the legal world is what you call venue shopping. She has deliberately, and this can really be illegally, she's moved to another state so that she can have a venue that she sees as more favorable to her. This is venue shopping. So the judge should really throw this out because this is an obvious case of venue shopping. You left North Carolina because you didn't like the court order that you were given in North Carolina. So you said, let me move to a new state and ask for more money in a new state because they won't give me more in North Carolina. So now the child support, with the document filings here, this isn't speculation. People, don't be one of these dummies on the internet who settles and is satisfied with speculation. Don't think things, know things. This is what the documents say. Yeah, she left North Carolina and moved to California for the sole purposes of refiling for child support. Sole purposes. Petitioner is a single mother. I thought she was a housewife. Never mind. According to her TV show. Petitioner is a single mother doing her best to provide the minor child with basic necessities of life. She isn't even working. How is she doing her best? She's an able-bodied 32, 33-year-old, and she's not even working. This is why people hate lawyers, because they're liars. Petitioner is a single mother doing her best to provide the minor child with basic necessities of life and is involved in a matter with respondent who has millions of dollars at his disposal to fight tooth and nail to ensure that child support is not modified. If petitioner is not awarded attorney's fees, she will have to represent herself against the respondent's likely team of experienced attorneys. This will undoubtedly lead to an inequitable outcome. So, folks, her attorneys are saying, hey, judge, you better tell PJ to pay my fees, because if he don't, I'm dropping this broad like a hot brick. He's saying it. If she isn't awarded attorney's fees, she's gonna have to represent herself. So he is not in this because he believes in her, he sympathizes, or nothing. He's here for a bag, and he says, if you don't get PJ to pay my attorney's fees so I can go after him, I'm not gonna pursue this anymore. She gonna have to take care of the rest of this herself. This is not speculation. This is what her attorneys said right here in black and white, as you see in the document. He says if the court don't make PJ pay my fees, she gonna have to do this on her own. And a court is gonna let this get started with an attorney who is letting you know that this is a mercenary lawsuit. If you all agree that this is basic legal extortion, give me the money bag emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. We got 1,500 people in here tonight. Maybe it's low numbers because folks are off watching the Diddy trial. What? I mean, the Diddy, sentencing. He's already been sentenced to 4 years. I get it. We'll come to that a little bit later. But if y'all like the program tonight, give me the money bag emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. If folks don't, that's okay. I'll go ahead and wrap it up early like Jason doing victory laps. They might be mad at me. Difficulty and complexity of the matter. This case will present potentially complicated issues surrounding respondents' income and assets. Allegations regarding the child's best interest as it pertains to potential custodial modification, and more. These issues will be exacerbated even further by the fact that there exists such a vast disparity in income and assets between the party. Handling a case dealing with these sorts of issues requires time, effort, and deep understanding of family law. This will come at a cost, especially considering financial picture of the parties. English is not his first language. So he's letting you know that it's going to be real tough for him to pursue this, and this is why he needs them to force PJ to pay Brittany's legal bills. I mean, folks, do y'all understand this? He's telling them, this is why you need to make Brittany pay the legal bills. You got to do that. Since being retained in this matter, meaningful attention has been devoted to addressing the issues in this case. Even filing this matter with an out-of-state prior order has particular procedures that must be followed, including obtaining a certified copy of the original order, filing the necessary judicial counsel forms, and waiting the 21-day wait period to see whether respondent will issue a response. Because my client is struggling to financially support the party's child, we have also prepared this request for order on the issues of child support modification and attorney's fees, including developing a strategic approach to move forward in an efficient and cost-effective manner. To date, the labor required to represent petitioner has been primarily focused on drafting this request for order and preparing the necessary documents for this court to recognize out-of-state orders. These efforts are the initial steps in advancing petitioner's case and ensuring the party's child is financially supported. So he's saying, by the way, that this is all to substantiate why he needs to get paid more going forward. Now, here's the nitty gritty. You want the X's and O's, you want the ESPN style analysis. Here's the nitty gritty. What exactly did Brittany get for that retainer? What is the work that's been done so far? And this gets into that. Need for attorney's fees. Petitioner's retainer has already been exhausted.
Damn!
Brittany's retainer has already been exhausted by the work completed in this case. Petitioner does not have consistent income other than the $5,500 in child support that she currently receives. However, this is not nearly enough to cover her and Paul III's costs. Please see petitioner's declaration for more detailed information on her need for fees. Now, the retainer that she paid, that little old $5,000 is already, he's saying that's already gone. So he's saying that right now, if we don't move past this filing stage right here, if the court doesn't go ahead and say, okay, we'll make PJ Washington finance this, this is probably going to be the last thing he's going to file for her, because otherwise he's working pro bono. Work completed. In preparing this request for order, the following fees have been incurred. 8.1 hours to review pertinent documents and prepare the declaration of Brittany Renner filed concurrently herewith, billed by my associate Eden Levinson at $350 an hour.
Damn!
So they're saying that's what, $2,400 right there? 1 hour to prepare this declaration, billed by my associate attorney, Eden Levinson, at $350 an hour. So his associate's doing the damn work. I just want y'all to know, by the way, that his associate's doing the work. So in case you all want to know how law firms work. 9.4 hours to conduct legal research and prepare and review the memorandum of points and authorities filed concurrently herewith, billed by my associate Eden Levinson at $350 an hour. 4.2 hours meeting with associates, meeting with the client, and reviewing the above declarations and memorandum, billed by me at $675 an hour. So his associate attorney gets $350, he gets $675 an hour. I anticipate expending at least 4 to 6 hours in reviewing respondents' response and preparing reply paperwork. I anticipate expending 4 to 8 hours in preparing for and making the appearance for this request for order. I estimate the above totals $20,000 in attorney's fees. Attached here to is Exhibit A and incorporated herein as referenced in the copy. You get that part. Prospective fees. That means that this is what he anticipates going forward. In addition to what the petitioner has already incurred, I estimate that the following work will be necessary moving forward. I anticipate expending the following fees and costs: 5 to 10 hours in reviewing respondents' discovery responses and meeting and conferring on discovery issues. 8 to 10 hours in preparing for and taking respondents' oral deposition. The hard costs associated with said deposition will be at least $2,500. 2 to 4 hours preparing, issuing, and reviewing responses to subpoenas. I anticipate that this matter will require 2 to 3 day evidentiary hearing with multiple witnesses. Each day in court will require a day of preparation. I estimate the above work performed and anticipated work totals more than $50,000 in attorney's fees and costs. So he's saying that I estimate the above work performed, what they've already done or what they anticipate will have to already do, and the anticipated going forward, it's going to be about $50,000. Then he goes into his qualifications. We're not going to go into that. But yeah, they're letting you know that, by the way, Brittany has already exhausted the retainer that she paid back in August. She spazzes out on PJ. And like I say, folks, if we take a look at this stuff here, I don't know. If we take a look at it, I don't know. might be cause to take a look at that a little bit further. I want to check on something here right quick. Because when you take a look at the dates of things, that matters. If you go back and take a look at the date that video came out of her fighting with PJ in the driveway, it looks like she went to go file this petition before. So if she came to them on August 5th, it looks like she went to go file this before then. So, yeah, buddy, there's that. She has got the kid, and she says this kid is going to be a paycheck. She is already going to the bank teller window and saying, "What will you give me for this kid? What will you give me for this kid?" Now, I'm about to give you all something else here. And this is all public record. But I'm about to give you all something else. And I only feel that it's fair because since Brittany has made it clear that the bottom line is that she's doing the best she can. She is doing the best that she can for her child. Oh, she's trying to make it through. She's doing the best that she can for her child. Nobody else has posted these documents anywhere because you have to pay for them. Everyone is just reading from the TMZ article or Shade Room or something. But those sites, TMZ is the one that reported it but didn't post any of the documents. You all have gotten way more from this program here in the last 40 minutes than you got from those folk. And you're about to get a whole lot more. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you all here the income and earnings document.
Damn!
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you all the income and earnings document. This is the one that tells you what Brittany's making or has made, or whatever the case may be. This is the one that shows that. Now, talks about petitioner and respondent, talks about those things there, talks about commissions or bonuses, one-time bonus for basketball wives. So it shows $12,000, average monthly of $1,000. Folks, are they saying that you get $1,000 for the basketball wives? Is it coming that cheap? See, folks, how much is basketball wives paying you? You can sit up here and speculate from other YouTube channels and speculate from other videos. I brought you the documents. This is what she's saying in the documents. This is what she's saying. Now, it says here last month and average monthly. So I'm not sure if that means it got paid in a month or if it's paying them $1,000 a month. But it looks like $1,000 a month. But in any case, maybe that was what she was owed. Maybe she got that like in one lump sum. They gave her $12,000. It kind of looks more like that. So yeah, they gave her the money and she said, damn, how can I stretch this $12,000? Let me go hire an attorney. So this is what she went and did with the $12,000. Let me go spend some of that on hiring an attorney. That was what she thought to do. That's what she thought was the best thing to do with the money. How you going to stretch $1? Let me go hire a lawyer. Let me go do that. Workers' compensation, no. Other military allowances, royalties, Military allowances, royalty payments. Specify. Amazon for book. Amazon Audible for book Fashion Nova payments. Does that mean what I think it means? Does that mean, folks, does that mean what I think that means? Does that actually mean what I think that means, what I'm reading right there? Am I reading that correctly? Okay, Nick, when y'all go to Instagram and you see chicks posting about Fashion Nova and all that, okay, I already told you. You can sit up here and fantasize to yourself that they balling out of control. You can believe that mess if you want to. You believe things. Over here, we know things. So, all right. Just thought I'd take a moment to fill in them gaps for you. Additional income. I received one-time money, lottery winnings, inheritance, etc. in the last 12 months. Specify source and amount. $130,000 in arrears from North Carolina child support order received November 2024. So, folks, most of the damn money that Brittany Renner has received in the last year, her primary source of income is getting court orders against PJ Washington. That is Brittany Renner's job now. Her occupation is going back to court. She's admitting her primary source of income is going back to court and trying to get a court to award her more money from PJ. That's her occupation now. Getting court fees, getting court filings and court settlements out of PJ. That's how she makes money now. And she's admitting it. Changes in income. My financial situation has changed significantly over the last 12 months because my income has significantly decreased due to no longer working for Basketball Wives.
Oh, please.
This is not my speculation. This is not me guessing. This is not me wondering. This is what the documents say. This is what she says in her own documents. My income is falling off because I'm not getting anything from Basketball Wives anymore. Let me go see if I can get a lawyer to up the child support so I can pay my way because I'm not making any money. All right, deductions, she doesn't have any. Assets, cash and checking account, savings, credit union, money market, and other deposit accounts, $81.13.
Oh, please.
You can speculate all you want to, but is anybody giving you all the actual details that confirm it, or are they just guessing and they're going to be made to look like an idiot later? That's the real question for you to ask. Do you got folks out here who know things, or you got people out here who are just guessing their way through it, and they can later come up and look like an idiot? This is what the court documents say. You want to know why Cassie Ventura sued Diddy? I said before what it was. And then DJ Vlad comes out and says, yeah, she had to move back in with her parents. Sound familiar?
Damn!
Cassie Ventura had to move back in with her parents. Broke as a joke. She married a dude. He ain't got nothing. Found some attorneys. Hey, let's sue your ex. He's not your ex-husband, ex-boyfriend. Don't worry. We'll figure out something. And here you are. So what do you do if you ain't got a wedding ring? Find an attorney somewhere to sue your boyfriends and see if we can get them to give you alimony. Let's ease on down the road. So you get the rest of these things on here. Average monthly expenses. Oh, man. Now we're going to get to the average monthly expenses. And you can see what she is demanding to get help with. So, rent. Now, I have to be careful here. I want to make sure we're not mixing things up. Want to make sure we're not mixing things up. But it says proposed needs. So, okay, take a look at this. First of all, the following people live with me. Look at this. The following people live with me. The son, age 4. Jerry Lang, age 60. Live-in nanny.
Damn!
Okay, folks, who's Jerry Lang? Who is Jerry Lang? How this person is related to me, son and live-in nanny. So she's paying a live-in nanny. That person's gross monthly income, $2,500 a month. So she's saying that she's paying a live-in nanny, a nanny who lives with you? Are you sure you're not paying a relative? That's what I want to know. Who is Jerry Lang, y'all? Who's Jerry Lang? A live-in nanny? $2,500 a month. So she moved from North Carolina to move to California, to West Hills, California, so that she can try to live a balling lifestyle that she cannot actually afford. And she's like, oh, I got a live-in nanny. You want to know where that $130,000 that PJ Washington paid last year is going? It's for her to pull up this damn scam. This is a scam. Pays some of the household expenses. No, neither one of them pays the household expenses. Now, average monthly expenses, this is proposed needs. Listen to this. Rent, $15,000. This is proposed. So she wants to come all the way back up. She wants to get back to that stunting lifestyle. She's trying to get back to that, y'all. She wants to get back to that. Laundry, over here on the right. Laundry, $1,000. She wants to spend $1,000 a month on laundry? She's actually gone to court and said, I want you to allow me to get to pay for $1,000 a month in laundry for a 4-year-old. People, for one 4-year-old. You know damn well that's not to support a 4-year-old. $1,000 a month, that's not for a 4-year-old. That's for a whole damn family. A family that PJ doesn't actually have. No, this is for Brittany to pay for Brittany. That's what that is. Clothes, $2,500 a month. $2,500 a month for a 4-year-old? People, for a 4-year-old, $2,500 a month. Education, $3,500 a month. Entertainment, $10,000 a month?
Nigga, what?
So, she don't give a damn about anything else. Oh, this means discretionary income. For those of you who don't understand what that actually means, that right there, that $10,000 for, quote, entertainment, that's the bag. All the rest of that is nibbling at the edges. She wants a slush fund. She wants $10,000 for discretionary spending. That's why that's the biggest item on here. And it's an item that doesn't mean anything. I want $10,000 for entertainment, gifts, vacations. That's the slush fund right there. That's the open air slush fund. That's the go spend this on whatever. This is the alimony that she wasn't able to get him to agree to. This is the alimony right there. So now you know what the numbers really are, and now you know what she really had in mind. Yeah, let me get that. Let me do that. Let me see if I can get that to work. And there goes the courts to say, okay, let's see what we can do to make that happen for you. Let's see if we can get that to happen for you. We'll collaborate with you on that. Okay. People, for those of you who don't know, child support's a racket. I don't have any children. I'm just letting you all know child support's a racket. The federal government's a part of it. They give money to the states. The states have an incentive to keep juicing this racket. The courts make money off of child support. The courts make money off of child support. Auto expenses and transportation, that includes insurance, gas, repairs, bus, etc., $2,500 a month. Folks, I know a thing or two about expensive cars. $2,500 a month. Well, I mean, what does Brittany need that for? What does she need that for? Well, I got a couple of things in mind. Let me go ahead and show you. I got a couple things in mind. This is one of them. See, Brittany posted this recently. You might not be able to see that seat back very well, but as you can see, that seat back says AMG. So this is a screen capture from a recent photo that Brittany posted. So she's running around in a Mercedes-Benz AMG. Well, meanwhile, PJ Washington's wife, she got a Mercedes too. It's a Maybach.
Damn!
And Brittany is very unhappy about all of this. So, yeah, but she was, if you want to know why it is, I think that's an issue. Yeah, there it goes. $1,000 for insurance. It's life insurance, etc. Does not include auto, home, and health insurance. Savings and investments, $500. So let me get this straight. Brittany wants all the money up front for the future and $500. Talking about the 4-year-old. Yes, she wants all the money up front. She don't give a damn about the future. She wants to get paid now. Her mindset hasn't changed. This is all about still in the bag. Monthly payments listed in item 14, $1,363. We'll come back to that in just a moment. Healthcare costs $1,000. Child care $5,000. I thought we were paying the nanny $2,500 a month. Child care $5,000. Groceries and household supplies $3,000. Why does a 4-year-old need $3,000 in groceries? They don't. Brittany is hungry. A 4-year-old don't need $3,000 in groceries a damn month. That's the Feed Brittany Fund. Eating out $3,000 a month. People, a 4-year-old don't need to eat out $3,000 a month. That's the Feed Brittany Fund. That's to feed Brittany. Telephone, cell phone, and email, $250. A 4-year-old doesn't need a cell phone or a telephone. Damn sure doesn't need email. And she's saying, give me that too. This is to pay for Brittany. Brittany needs hoe Wi-Fi and hoe mail and a hoe phone. And she refuses to work for it. Amount of expenses paid by others. Now this says total expenses, $49,613.21. Amount of expenses paid by others, $5,500. That's the child support. So she's talking about what she wants to get. And she's swinging for the fences. Installment payments and debts not listed above. So she's expecting PJ Washington to settle all of her debts. Mission Lane credit card, folks, for those of you who watch your favorite Instagram skeezers. You watch your favorite Instagram hoes and y'all sitting up here pretending like everything's sweet. I don't have to listen to you people. I know these people. That's why I don't get fooled by it. Credit cards, they just a hoes with a bunch of debt. For living expenses, amount $1,000, balance $1,575.92. Capital One Platinum Credit Card, $246, balance $657.87. Ulta Credit Card.
Damn!
Ho, please. Ho, please.
Brittany Renner. Wait. We got to stop for a moment. Brittany Renner. Is this a real thing? Is this a real thing? Brittany. Is that Ulta Beauty Supply?
Nigga, what?
Brittany, let me get this straight now. You have a Ulta credit card. You've racked up $116 and the balance. It says that the balance is $900. So is the amount which you owe, or is it all together? I don't know. The bottom line is a credit card for beauty supplies, really? Okay, installment payments and debts not listed above. So installment, I guess this is the installment payments and these are the amounts. She owes $900 to Ulta, the beauty supply. She owes $900 to Ulta. $900. Yeah, while you're looking at all these airbrushed, Photoshop filtered pictures here and stuff. Yeah, when you got to get down to the reality, she owes $900 to Ulta. Did she get the wig from there?
What?
I don't know. The insight and analysis you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. But in case you all were wondering there, if you really wanted to know, don't guess things, know things. This is her statement. These are the attorneys giving us a peek behind the curtain to show us what the numbers really are. And they say that she owes $900 to Ulta and she's making installments. She owes $900, but she's paying $116. I'm telling you right now, it'll take her 2 years to pay that off. She owes $900 and all she can pay is $116. This heifer's paying the bare damn minimum. You should have played your damn cards right with PJ, baby. You shouldn't. Whatever you did to tick him off and upset him and run him off, you should have done something different. If you got to charge your beauty supplies to Ulta, you can't just go through the damn checkout and leave. You got to sit up here and make installment payments on a credit card. You want to live a soft life and you can't afford it because you don't make enough money for it. And there's no man who's going to give it to you. So she's out here with an Ulta credit card. I ain't dissing on her. I ain't bombing on her. I'm just saying, by the way, the next time you sit up here in your AMG Mercedes, whatever year you got that damn 2005 CLA from, I get it, y'all, but my point is, wherever year you got that thing from, baby, you don't be sitting in no AMG and you sitting up here flat ass broke and charging to Ulta for your makeup and your lipstick. $900 and all she can pay is $116 on that balance. $900 balance, she can put $116 on it. Attorney's fees. To date, I have paid my attorney this amount for fees and costs, $5,000. The source of this money was from savings. I still owe the following fees and costs to my attorney, $4,291.
Damn!
So, folks, yeah, she paid them a retainer, and right now, she currently has a bill. She currently has an outstanding. She owes every damn body, including her attorneys. You want to know why the hell she was sitting up here wilding out? Because she owes everyone. No wonder she mad and angry and stressed. Yeah, she owes. Life got real rough after PJ cut out. She owes everyone, including the bootleg jackleg attorney that she's paying. She owes him money right now too. TMZ didn't tell you this. Your YouTubers who only read TMZ didn't tell you this. No, everybody else, no other website is saying what you all heard here tonight because nobody paid to go get the documents. So far as I've been able to tell, I'm the only person who actually, of any significance, who actually paid to get all the documents so I can show y'all. Did you actually know what the numbers really are? Cassie Ventura was flat ass broke. That's why she sued. She was flat ass broke, and Alex Fine ain't gonna fix it. Flat ass broke. And Brittany Renner in the same damn boat. And all these ex-video vixens, yeah, I'm talking about you. You know who you are. So do some of the folk in the chat room. You know who you are. All your ex-video vixens and all these Instagram models, man, they got y'all believing all kinds of nonsense. Y'all are talking about these cars are rented. I'm telling you, no, the cars aren't even rented. The cars are borrowed. Do y'all understand that that's how photographers get to have sex with your favorite Instagram models?
Nigga, what?
Y'all didn't know that? That's the oldest damn trick in the book. I can't tell y'all right now how many, quote, photographers there are. And that's the scam. That's the hustle. She sits up here and does something. She sits up here and make it bounce and do what it do. And he provides some car from somewhere and she gets to take a picture with it and a picture in it. That's why the choices seem so damn eclectic. One day she's stepping out of a Tahoe. The next she's stepping out of a Mercedes. That's the oldest damn thing in the book. Every photographer in LA knows this. All my LA photographers, all my New York photographers, now all my Miami photographers, everybody knows that. If you got a camera, you know you better bring a car too because them hoes is broke. If you got access to Brickell, if you got access to the high rises, if you got access to a boat, she's not going to be able to afford that. But as long as she gets to use the pictures and post them on her Instagram. Or here's the other one. Y'all want to talk about foodie calls? Okay, so this chick on Instagram, she agrees to do a photo shoot. She sits up here and throw it down behind closed doors real quick. And then you go take her to Nobu.
Damn!
Oh, man. Have y'all ever wondered why it is you go on Instagram and you see so many people hosting from Nobu? Here's the thing about it, though. You see, I've been to New York and LA enough times that I know that the spot in New York, the spot in LA, the spot in Chicago is not a place that's got 10 or 12 restaurants around the country. That's not the spot. The most popular, bespoke, prestigious spots in New York, it's not going to be a Nobu. It's going to be some place that you maybe never heard of, but folk in New York know about it. Whether, you know, it's Dow or whether, let me stop saying names because then niggas everywhere start pretending they knew and they don't. But whether it's one of those or not, if you go to some place and you know, if it's named after some brothers, let me just say it like that. I'm not going to tell you all the secrets. But the folks in the major cities, they don't really go to things like that. So, yeah, these are gourmet restaurants to an extent. That's perfectly fine. But the point is, it's not going to be some place that's got 10, 12 restaurants across the country. That's for people who don't know. And that's why these Instagram chicks show up there. So, okay, you go ahead and get her up in there, and then that's it. She gets to take pictures of the menu. Who do y'all think is holding the damn camera? She's not holding the camera. So who's holding it? So I just need you all to know. By the way, that's the hustle. These chicks on Instagram and all these places, man, they got you all thinking it is sweet. And in reality, the photographer brought the car. The photographer brought the shoes. The photographer She done already served his sexual needs, so might as well go ahead and give her a trip to the restaurant. She ain't gonna pay it. She can't afford it. So yeah, that's literally what it becomes. That's literally what it becomes. So that's it. That's it. Do I need to go a little bit further? Do I need to go a little bit further? Oh, man. Am I going to do it? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and do it. You don't have to like it, but I'm going to go ahead and do this. I could say many things, but I'll only say one. You can turn your eyes to your screens. I could say many things, but I think what you see on the screen right there speaks for itself. Tell me, did your other YouTubers or TMZ or anybody else show all the documents? Let's take a look into in a year of the life of an Instagram chick. Instagram single mom. Let's take a look in the year in the life. I want to know because I aspire to get there. I'm trying to figure out how to get there my damn self. Trying to figure out how to get there. All right, Chase. I know them well. They've given me enough problems. All right. Says here. Starting from, it says June 25 through July 25, June through July of 2025. Okay. Okay. Transaction details. So we got Audible. Yeah, it's looking like they're struggling through this. $140. You can see the balance over there. It looks like $140. So I think this is trying to document what she actually receives. So I think they're trying to document here what she actually has for income. I believe that this is actually showing the income that she was supposed to be getting. $140 for Audible. Amazon services, $103. Okay, this thing here, blank. And like I'm saying, I'm not sure if this is just for 1 month or if this is over an extended period of time because that might not be the case. I know what it says here, but I got questions about that. But anyway, assuming that it's just getting the data from 1 month or whatever, I mean, I guess it doesn't make a big difference in it there, but yeah, you can see some of the details from it. We got details we do discuss at least this one time. All right. Book Baby, $12.80. Fashion Nova, $640.
Damn!
Brittany, you could have come and talked to me for more than that. Hey, Brittany, baby, look here. You give it up cheap. You could have talked to me for significantly more than that. I'm just saying. You could have talked over here for more than that right there, baby. That's chicken feed. Chicken feed. All right, nothing on this page. Nothing here they can talk about on this page. Fashion Nova, $640. So just to make sure here. Yeah. Okay. So looks like that's all during July. So all this stuff that's blacked out. Is this what she's like paying? Folks, the stuff that's blacked out on here and redacted. I believe these are her expenses. Like, this is the stuff this is what she's paying out. Do you see how many pages you've got? These are her expenses? One woman, one single mom, and take a look at how long these redacted expenses are going on here, man. I mean, let me go back up here so you all can see that one more time. She's doing this, and you can see what's coming in, but the black bars on here, this is where they blacked out her expenses? I mean, take a look at what's happening. You can see where that balance jumped up here, so that means some money came in. You'll see it jump from the bottom because she was at $3,000, so another hit must have come in from PJ. But yeah, folks, this is what she's spending. A single mother, just a woman with a child, this is what she's spending every month. This is what she's spending. All this blacked out. Look at that. This is what she's spending. Fashion Nova. So 721, 709. So that gives you some idea how she's paying for things there. So Fashion Nova pays, every 2 weeks, I guess? All right. $640. Oh, well, living lavish. Once again, take a look at this whole pages of expenses. Whole pages. And another whole page. 7 pages, people. 10 pages of expenses. 10 for 1 month. 1 month. Or at least, there's a few pages on here at least. Almost 10 pages if it's all of them together. But yeah, 10 pages. All right. Here we go again. Book baby. Whatever that is, y'all can look it up for yourselves. I don't really care, but they threw $26. Ending balance. They didn't say they didn't show what that was there, so. Okay. Anything else down here? I'm not trying to put everything on Front Street, but okay. Checking summary. All right, so what did we have up here then? Just for edification, checking summary, transaction details. Okay. Okay. Down here, more transactions. Okay, this is from July to August. So they're giving 2 months of her checking account or whatever. 2 months of that. Whole bunch of expenditures. Her little old money came in. Take a look at the balances over here, folks. Take a look at the balances. That's why I showed y'all. Take a look at where she was at the beginning of July. Take a look at how much money she had in there in July. And then take a look when August hit. When August hit, them pockets was deflated. Well, yeah, take a look at all this damn spending. Take a look at all these black bars from spending. Hell yeah, pockets on E. Them pockets is on E. No wonder she's filing court actions anywhere she can go. Them pockets on E, partner. So yeah, she's like, oh man, I need a hero. I need a hero. So yeah, basically this is her income here. This is her income here. And I mean, this is what she got in savings. And when she get a little money, when she does actually get a little money, it can't really go very far because she is toxic on a bank account. She is too damn toxic on a bank account, so she can't really hold anything. That's the issue. This heifer can't hold nothing. So what do you expect a fella to do here? So, man, look here. He'll be broke himself trying to keep up with this. And this is what she wants. She wants somebody to come and float this lifestyle for her. She's looking for somebody to come and float that. And that's not really the way that works. That's not really the way that works. It's y'all ladies, if you got somebody there and he's about that life, you better take care of that nigga, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be that. Otherwise, you're going to get out here and try it for yourself and find out it's not very easy. Not very easy at all. So you can see what she was getting over here and stuff. Fashion Nova. Oh, they dropped a little bit more than usual there. So, all right. Book Baby. I'm just showing y'all right here. These are her expenses. These are her expenses. These are her expenses. So Fashion Nova throws a few dollars every month. And that's how she's been living. So Fashion Nova is throwing a few $1,000s every month, but what she's saying is, oh, hell no. How can I keep up this front and appearances on $3,000 or $4,000 a month? We need to have 10, 20 times an amount. And now she thinks she's figured out where she's going to get it from. So the documentation, and we're very, very glad that they put that on out there. The documentation is out there for it. And this is for August to September. So up to date, people. Up to date, almost. Same thing as before, as you can see. Just, she ain't doing no work. She ain't doing nothing. Not sure who this is, but okay. Not sure who that is, but okay. All right. So yeah, y'all see what's going on here. She's trying to get things evened out. She wants to live a soft life. She does not want to work. She doesn't want to put in any effort here. She doesn't want to do anything. And yeah, she wants somebody to go ahead and jump up in here and take care of all these bills for her. She wants them to come take care of that. And she's showing you right here, this is the life that Brittany Renner wants to live. She wants to live a life where she can spend, now get this, people, here's the real thing you have to, and by the way, this is not even close to being accurate. Not even close to being accurate, by the way. But I just thought I would tell you right here that she wants to live a life where she can spend, what, $9,000 a week? What? I mean, she's really trying to get, she really wants to get to getting $10,000 a week, because right there, if you do the math on the $35,000, you know, it's about over $8,000 a week. I'm going by the week, people. I'm going by the week. She wants to get paid $1,000 a day. She wants more than $1,000 a day from a man that she didn't respect, that she was predatory of, that she was sitting up here scheming on. Folks say people think she was grooming him. And now take a look at how ruthless she is. She wants to get over $1,000 per day. Most of you don't make $1,000 a day. Most of you don't make $500 a day. She wants to make $1,000 per day with no work, no labor. She wants you to just drop the bag from somebody else's husband. Now, there's the thing I really want you to understand. Brittany wants you, she wants to get over $1,000, wants PJ to provide for her lifestyle over $1,000 a day from somebody else's husband. He's not your husband. You had every opportunity to make that happen. You did not do that. You decided that you were okay being a baby mama. You settled for that. The new chick, she didn't do that. She was smart enough to say, yeah, she was already a baby mama. I got to get that ring. And I want you all to understand what Brittany is literally saying. She is literally going to the courts and saying, I need this income for me. I need this income for me. I need this income to pay my way. Because my primary source of income is by way of child support. So I need the courts. The only way I'm going to improve my life and improve my lifestyle is if you all make PJ Washington's wife's husband into my husband. Let him take care of both of us. Which is why I said just last week, Brittany was willing to be the side chick to Kevin Gates. If Kevin was going to start breaking bread, Brittany was willing to cash out to be the side chick if it was going to be stable income under Kevin Gates. Kevin Gates like, nah, I'm good on that. I'm just bringing you all the documentation that this is literally what she said and literally what she's doing. And if you listen to all these other people in all these other places, do you realize that most of you didn't know any of this before tonight? And nobody else talked about the documents because everybody's trying to do it on the cheap. Do you see what you miss if you don't actually go get the documents and read it? This is damning. She is literally saying that I can't afford to pay my way through California. I moved to California because the laws in North Carolina were not as preferential to me. I moved to California so that I could get a different venue to ask for child support because North Carolina didn't give me as much as I wanted. I am a female who is absolutely filled to the damn gills in debts. I owe credit cards for everything from my rent to my hair conditioner. I spend it, folks, I want to say this right quick. You take a look at this. Take a look at this. This is not regular spending. A single female with one child, this isn't regular spending. This is bipolar. This is bipolar spending. This is beyond impulse. This is bipolar. She doesn't have it. It's not in her bank account. She doesn't have the ability to spend it. And she's going off and spending it anyway. This many times she's spending, baby, she's just sitting there at home every damn day swiping cards, sitting there at home every day putting out transactions. She's supposed to be sitting there somewhere and stacking. She's not stacking anything. Y'all know what you're seeing on here. You know that this many transactions in a month for a single female, this is bipolar. She's just doom scrolling, and anytime she sees a sponsored ad, swipe. And she's letting you know, I'm not going to stop doing it. So I need a court to come through and patch up these holes for me. I need a court to come through and get this together because I don't have a way. I don't have the discipline. I don't have the mind for it. I need a court to come through and make things better for me because I don't have a game plan. I had a meal ticket, and all I could think to do with him, my bipolarism, ran his ass off. And that's all I could think to do. And all she's doing now is trying to see, can I get the courts to get my ex-boyfriend to provide for me the way he used to or the way he provides for his wife, you know, his real woman. I want you to make him do that for me, not for the son. That's the thing I'm trying to get through to everybody. She didn't file this and said that the problem is my income or what the son needs. That's not what she said. They're literally saying that Brittany is unemployed, does not have any significant assets that she can use to fund this litigation, and that her primary source of income, her primary source of income is the child's income that he gets from child support from the father. She is telling the world that that's her primary income. We're not making pronouns. We are not conflating it. We're not truncating it. We're not abbreviating it. She says right here in the document, petitioner Brittany Renner's primary source of income is the child support. Now that's what she says. Brittany says my primary source of income is the child support. And that's why I'm trying to get these courts to chip me off more, because that's my real job. That's what I really do for a living. That's what I'm actually doing. I'm doing that. Other folks make statements and they say things and they speak from their emotions and they say, well, you know what it really means? I'm not telling you what it really means. I'm showing you what it really means by way of her own words in her own document. She wants to live the lifestyles of the rich and famous to keep up this idea that she's still some high value, high price female, and she lost that a while ago. Brittany lost all that a while ago. And she's been running on fumes and trying to keep up appearances ever since. And obviously all these other outlets let her know, yeah, we're about done. We don't really see a reason to keep paying you. And now she's like, well, damn, let me hit the button. Let me hit the panic button. When you go to the extent of moving to another state specifically so you can try to leech money off of your ex. Now that I have done that one, I didn't make you all wait. I didn't string it out. I told you from the very beginning what she was doing this for, so you're welcome. All right, now we get to do the other part. Some will love it, some will hate it. Don't really matter because it's going down anyway. Folks, it matters. It matters where you get your information. It matters where you get your insight. It matters where you get your analysis. I'm going to start from the beginning. You'll all remember that I was the person who originally told you that this is what was going on. I was the person who originally said this is about child support, and that it was Brittany's mother who was really powering that incident in the driveway. Mama said we're going to have one shot to pull off one more caper, and we need to go for the bag. And we need to hit him for more. Now, if you'll all remember, during that program, there were some nitwits, so I'm calling you what you are. There were some nitwits in the chat room. Remember Aquarius? Remember some other dunces? And you remember that when I told them that I specifically zoomed in on the child support. And if you'll all remember, there were some dunces and knuckleheads in the chat room, Aquarius and some others, who were talking about child support is Jason wrong. Child support is capped in Texas. The most she can get's $11,000. Child support's capped in Texas. You all can go back and listen to that program. You can go back and listen to that program about that. I told you all. I told those people to call up. I told them to call up. And you remember they wouldn't do it. Well, yeah, they wouldn't do it. That's what happens when you're a clown making things up as you go along. You don't know anything. You can go take a look at my program, Baby Mamas Weaponizing Their Kids, starring Brittany Renner and Ciara, September 5th, 2025. Go back and listen to that program. I had some clowns trying to tell me that it wasn't that bad. They sat up here and halfway Googled something and talking about, oh, don't worry, he's not open to any more exposure from child support, that this is the most that Brittany can get. And I said, you're a fool and a liar, or both. She's going to be back. I said that then. Folks, TMZ is late. If you were listening to me 4 weeks ago, a month ago, you already knew this because you heard me. I told you that there are ways around that. By the way, first of all, child support is not capped at $11,000 in Texas. What? That's the first thing. Hey, stupid. Child support is not capped at $11,000 in Texas. If you actually read the law, if you're one of the ADHD children who can only read one headline or one line from an AI return on Google, you saw $11,000. If you actually read the statute, which you probably won't be able to do, the folks who are trying to dispute me, because it's way above your IQ, the statute clearly says that it's up to the judge. The statute clearly says that the judge can go beyond $11,000. The judge is not limited to $11,000. He can go beyond that. You didn't see that because that wasn't just the first sentence. Your attention span was only 2 seconds. You didn't make it past the first sentence. If you actually bothered to read it, it actually says clearly in plain English, the judge can go beyond that. That's in Texas. But you see, I was thinking bigger than that. You were talking about Texas. I'm talking about child support. And that's because I knew that Brittany was very, very liable to try something like this, to move to another state so that she thinks is going to be preferable to her, to give her terms that she thinks give her an advantage. I said it then. And sure enough, here we are. Here we are. The clowns in the chat room, idiots on their YouTube pages, the ADHD kids who can't read for very long, absolutely no comprehension, no attention span. They'll have you all thinking you safe. That's why I force them. People say, you got to call up, because if you're going to be dumb, you're going to have to defend being dumb. Notice they don't call up. So fortunately, in the internet era where you can debunk people in real time, but here it is, people. She's letting you know that this was always about getting more money. That whole incident, she said in the doorway, she's upset about the money. Came out to the car, her and her mama, what were they saying? They don't even have the emotional discipline to not out themselves. The problem is the money. They sitting up here struggling. And I'll explain to you what it is, because this was not the plan. Brittany Renner was not supposed to be yet another bummy ass struggling baby mama. That was not supposed to be the plan. The plan was supposed to be that at this point right here, everything that PJ Washington's wife, and yes, PJ Washington's wife put up a video clowning. She was talking about all the money she's spending. She was talking about my Maybach is in the shop, so I'm gonna see, do I drive the Rolls Royce or do I drive the Range Rover RRRR? She's like, which car do I drive today? So she was doing the most, which actually could be counterproductive when you got attorneys suing you. You got to be careful. I know it can be very easy to say in for a penny, in for a pound, but you really shouldn't do things like that. But y'all, Brittany is hurting. Brittany is hurting. Brittany is hurting. She's humiliated because she figured that this was going to be it. And what she found out was what I said going on 5 years ago when I did my program, The Wealth Killer. In the 21st century, when I talk about how much it really costs to live, especially if you're trying to live as the top 10% or the top 5%, what does it really cost to live? And nobody is talking about that or putting it in its proper context. I had a program I did a couple of weeks ago. I know it was very dry to a lot of people. Gen Z is cooked. Having the American dream today costs $5 million. Do you think that Brittany figured that she would get to a point in her life where the clothes she's wearing and the car she's driving, she just has to sit with them? Hell no. You can see how she treats her bank account. She has it in her head that whatever she wants, whenever she wants it, however she wants it, that's when she should get it and how she should get it. Folks, that's damned expensive. And she is not willing to give it up for a number of reasons. Number one, Brittany is humiliated. Brittany is embarrassed. Brittany is humiliated. I said it here week before last. Well, actually last week. I said it last week that Brittany's sitting up here throwing shade at people talking about you in the discount bin. She was throwing shade at that. Okay, you can throw all the shade you want to, but the bottom line is that understand how you're living. Baby, it's very, very clear. It didn't go according to plan. You're in the discount bin. You're angry as hell because single moms don't get the bag, except if they get a dummy. And right now, Brittany Renner is fighting for her dummy. PJ Washington was a dummy, and I'm not going to dunk on PJ Washington because here's the thing about it right here. Let's just be honest for a few moments here. There's a certain segment of failed males out there, and when this kind of subject comes up, you start trying to tell yourself that you're better than PJ Washington, and no, I'm better than him right there. No, actually, no, not really, but okay. In any case, when females get together, they don't victim shame. They don't victim blame. They take the female side no matter what. All they do is ask who got the pair of ovaries. She does. Okay, I'm backing him. I'm backing him. And I want you all to understand something here. I did my program about Tiger Woods and them, about the ex-girlfriend's revenge. I did that program because do you realize whether you have kids with him or not, Diddy didn't have no kids with Cassie. He had no children with Cassie. She was gone for years. They opened up an avenue and then she took that. This is the way of things now. You need to be real, real careful about that because I guess you're saying, well, I don't make millions, so I'm okay. And I'm just saying that's stupid talking. That's dummy talk. Brittany Renner is taking a look back over her life. She's remembering how it used to be. She's remembering how it was when she was laying up under Drake and all those rappers. She's remembering how it was where money was simply not something people even had to talk about or mention. Everything was taken care of at the very highest levels. The world is a candy store. She could buy any clothes, any car, any jewelry, any food, any vacation. You're going to places, so many exotic locations, so many times you're getting tired of them. That was where she used to be. And what you are seeing is that heifer didn't even make it to 35 years old. And it's already over. PJ has remained healthy and remained productive. He is stacking. He's got the bag bigger than it's ever been. And Brittany was supposed to have some alternative story of success of her own. And it never happened. And I'm just telling you all right now, I'm just going to tell you, this wasn't exactly on my bingo card. This Brittany not being able to recover, that was on my bingo card. The fact that Brittany took it so personally. You see, what she's demonstrated is she doesn't have the intellectual maturity or the intellectual advantage that a lot of folks thought she did. Yeah, she's older, but as of this week, Brittany Renner has exposed herself as being PJ Washington's emotional subordinate, if you can believe it.
And deal with it, nigga.
Folks, the script is flipped. PJ Washington is now the person, it's undoubted now. It's undoubtable. PJ Washington is the object of desire. PJ Washington is, Brittany Renner needs to get red pilled. I don't know how much he wants her or doesn't after this incident. I'm pretty sure he's through with her altogether. But by the way, y'all, Brittany Renner's the one needs to be red pilled now. Brittany Renner is the one that can't get over PJ. Brittany Renner is the one holding a grudge. Brittany Renner is the one that can't let go. I do not believe that was the case a year ago. To me, it was very clear that wasn't a year ago. But as of now, oh, y'all, the script done flipped. Brittany Renner is the one chasing PJ. Brittany Renner is the one stalking PJ. Brittany Renner is the one obsessing over PJ. In this equation, PJ is the man. In this equation, Brittany still wishes she could be with him. So as unlikely as it may have seemed, he has gotten the intellectual and emotional upper hand. Her being older than him don't mean a damn thing. His productivity stayed where it is, and all he did was get focused. Do you see what doing some focus did? And he's not nearly as focused as he should be, and still has a bunch of emotional issues that have not been resolved. But the point is, at this juncture, at this time at least, he is far more productive than she is, and he can show his results. He is not leaps and bounds ahead of her. He's light years ahead of her. And he's focused and pouring his resources into his new broad. And Brittany is sitting back there, can't kill nothing, can't find nothing dead. Posting coke videos talking about being a single mom is not a setback. Okay, as I said last week, Brittany, it's definitely a setback, and you wouldn't be on the internet saying it's not a setback if it weren't. You would just be with a new man. I got men in my DMs. I told y'all last week, none of them are worth a damn. And the fact that she's going back to court like this proves, yeah, baby, you ain't got nothing worth talking about in your DMs. Nobody wants to come take care of Lil PJ. No one is lined up to take care of PJ Jr. And they damn sure aren't willing to spend $1,000 a day on you and Lil PJ. All that faking and fronting and jive talking and big talking you doing online and other places. And the court documents say that everything Jason Black said from the very beginning has been spot on. As a matter of fact, there was some stuff in there I wasn't expecting to see. This is what we call vaginal mismanagement.
Damn!
They have another word for it, but I'm going to keep it clean here. But yes, indeed, she has mismanaged them draws. This is panties mismanagement. She has mismanaged them draws. She had the bag in hand. All she had to do was hold on to it. PJ was definitely cupcaking. She mismanaged them draws. She is guilty of panties malfeasance. She has mismanaged them draws. Complete and utter bankruptcy. Now, I want to say to you again here, by the way, this is the end of the damn road. Folks, please understand, Brittany has crashed all the way out. This is the end of the road. It's the end of the road. I have spent years explaining to you all how this goes. Ladies, as females, you can't do cutthroat, vicious things like this and expect to be able to keep your access card to the top males. Brittany is done. This will be the last time she does this. Nobody is going to line up to take care of her after they see what you did to PJ. People, it's the end of, you can't name one of these broads who had a fellow who was dealing with 8 and 9 figures, and then she tried some vicious courtroom action, and then another man pulled up behind her. Hey, everybody, who came to come get Nicole Young after she tried that vicious cutthroat stuff with Dr. Dre?
Damn!
After Nicole Young tried her legal system shenanigans with Dre, tell me, who's the man who came in to take care of her after they saw that occur? Who signed up to say, sure, I'll marry you and give you a lifetime commitment? Who did? Tell me. You go down the list of all these females who go off and they go sue cats and take them to the court system and stuff. Tell me who shows up after them, in case you all haven't been keeping score. Nobody shows up after that except a fellow who got way less than her. Now, a guy who has way less than her, well, yeah, because obviously he ain't got nothing to lose. Okay, but what about the fellows who have much more than her? Oh, no one shows up for you. When you go to court and start putting cases on dudes and trying to get crazy child support and all this old crazy nonsense, oh, that's it. The producers are out. This will be the last 8-figure nigga you ever come near. You won't be able to ever come near another one on account of the fact they see you did this. You lost your cool, you didn't play it cool, you went vicious. Okay, you can listen to hoes on Instagram. The dudes ain't gonna have it. Ciara didn't do this with Future, y'all. Ciara kept her mouth shut because she was angling for another trick. Hey, I can't hate her. I'm not mad at Ciara. Russell Wilson's the fool. Ciara doing what a host supposed to do. I can't be mad about that. I can't be mad about that. But y'all just think about it. All these chicks who try this vicious stuff and on going to court on dudes and whatnot, and nobody else lines up behind that. When they see you do something like this, that is it. Everybody knows who you are. Everybody knows your rep. Everybody knows what you've done. And that's it. The fellas with something to lose, they are through with you. And that's why most of these females try to figure out if they can go find another damn ball player who's a moron. But as far as the cats who actually got a grip on their life, that's it. She's done. After this court case, baby, you're through. You're through. No one else is going to line up. Nobody about any value, certainly not more than you, is going to line up to be second in line. You've already shown whatever you did to PJ, you'll do to them. Who the hell is going to line up for this? Who is going to line up for this? It's already over. It's not on its way to being over. It's already over. It's already done. It's already done. Listen to all these other clowns out here and whatnot, getting on your Instagram and faking in front, and I see what the hell you're doing. I'm just letting you know, by the way, that's not the way it's going to work. It's not going to work like that. By the way, here, folks, I would like to make one more addendum on tonight's program. Just a brief reminder about Miss April Jones. As you all know, Miss April Jones has gone back into nursing. She's a radiologist.
Oh, please.
April Jones has gone back to nursing. She's got patients. She's working with other nurses. Where does a radiologist work, stupid? And who do they work with? And in what field does a, quote, radiologist work? I close my case. I rest my case. I rest my case. To anybody who thinks they're going to fancy it up. By the way, to anybody who thinks they're going to fancy it up. By the way, in what field does a radiologist work again? All right, I rest my case. And who do radiologists work with and around all day? Oh, okay. I rest my case. I want you all to think about something. I want you to think about something here right quick, and it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, and I covered this last week on Patreon because, of course, I have to give the exclusive insights there. Now that things have gotten a little bit further around here, now I go ahead and get to give y'all a little bit more. Folks, so let me get this straight. Just a couple short years ago, April Jones was living on Easy Street, allegedly. Why, her dating pools were certified millionaires, movie stars, and billionaires even. That was the only thing she would gap them legs for? Oh, that was then. That was then. In the chat room, Ripside, I'll probably have you call up on Zoom, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll probably have you call up on Zoom. Don't. We'll go ahead and get you for that. Now, do you all realize that just a couple of short years later, April Jones, a woman who used to only be eligible to sleep with millionaires and multi-mega millionaires, a couple of short years later, April Jones is back punching a time clock, and dudes who work as orderlies or travel nurses or maybe even in environmental services at the hospital, those guys could sleep with April Jones today.
Damn!
Do you realize that? A couple of years ago, the only dude she would gap them legs for was Omarion and Dre and Tay Diggs. And today, just like, budget baller with a 10-year-old Bentley, if you're willing to drive that 10-year-old Bentley, by the way, hey, bro, if you're an orderly, if you're a nurse, if you're a male nurse or a male orderly, you're eligible to have April Jones today. You work with April today, you got a bunch of insight today. Y'all, the wall is real. The wall is real. It's rough out here. The cost of everything has gone up. The cost of all these things has exploded. And so once a female gets a taste of that top lifestyle, she's like ravenous.
Cookie! Nom, nom, nom. Oh.
She don't want to let that go. Okay, but what do you do if the men are no longer willing to provide it? She don't want to let that life go, but she also can't finance it. So, by the way, fellas, if you couldn't catch her on the incline, you might be able to catch her on the decline. You might be able to catch her on the decline. And as we're seeing here lately, she ain't the only one now, is she? She's not the only one. Yes, a whole bunch of these chicks here. If you're willing to wait just a few more years, I've told you fellas about this. Let me go ahead and get into it just a little. I'm not going to give you the whole run of it. I'm not going to do that for you. I'm not going to do that for you. I'm just letting y'all know, if this is what Brittany is reduced to today, can you imagine what she's going to be doing when she's 40 in just, 7 years? Can you imagine what she'll be doing by then? Can you imagine what she'll be up to by then? Can you imagine what dire straits she'll be in and what she'll need to be doing by the time she's 40? Can you imagine what the lifestyle will be then? And make no mistake about it, that $35,000 ain't gonna hold her. Even if she does get it, it's not gonna hold her. She doesn't save anything. The more money she gets, the more money she's gonna spend. The more money she gets, the more money she's going to spend. Y'all don't understand. We tell females, baby, when you in your 20s, you better not sit up here and get high on your own supply. You can sit up here and get intoxicated on your 20s if you want to and think your 20s is going to give you a lifelong credit card that you can just charge against. You can tell yourself that if you want to. I told you, once you start hitting 28, 29, baby, the ride's over. From here on in, everybody got to hump it and lump it. And once they hit their 30s, y'all, when they get there, that's it. No, ain't nobody handing out my box and Rolls Royces and Range Rover autobiographies and Aston Martin DBXs and Bentley Bentigers. Ain't nobody rolling that out. I spent years trying to inform you all. If you don't know, man, the A service and the B service on one of those cars will bankrupt you. You got to pay for that when you first get it. And then, for those of you who don't know, it's different from domestic manufacturers in America. The German cars have what they call A service and B service. And that's services that have to be performed every 10,000 miles or 1 year, whichever comes first. Or B service has to be done every 24,000 miles 20,000 miles or 24 months, whichever comes first. So even if you don't drive the car, you still have to change the oil. Even if you don't roll the car, you still have to change the tires. In the water pumps, there's certain items on the car that have to be done whether you wear them out or whether they time out. You're used to this concept with motor oil and gasoline, what they call consumables. But when you start getting exotics, they're like, oh, no. From the time you own it now, there's a clock running. And by the way, you don't even have to do that anymore. Hands up, anybody who's ever owned a Bentley Bentayga. If you ever owned a Bentley Bentayga, the infotainment system starts nagging you. If you don't do the maintenance, when it's time to do the maintenance, the infotainment system will start nagging you. The infotainment will start nagging you when you don't do that. Just understand that. You can't get away from that. You can't get away from that. Very glad to hear that here in the chat room there, Ripside. I'm so glad you are so knowledgeable about this. I'm so happy to have somebody who knows so much about these things. Very, very glad to have that. Now he's going to have an opportunity to show everybody here. Like I say, Aquarius was the first. Ripside is like, well, hey, I know, like Fredo from The Godfather. I'm smart. I know stuff. I'm smart and I want respect. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get you on up here. There's the link to the Zoom. So you are more than welcome to go ahead, sit back, smile, and dial. So Ripside, you have 2 minutes to be on Zoom. Thank you very much there. We're so glad we have you for this. And now you're going to go ahead and get to educate everybody about this because the host obviously does not know what he's talking about. He obviously does not know what he's talking about here. So let's go ahead and you obviously know about these things. I can't wait to get this elucidation from you. Oh man, this will be good for me. This will be great. So Ripside has 2 minutes to be on Zoom. You gotta understand how it goes, people. You gotta understand how it goes. Very, very important to have that. So I'm just letting y'all know, yeah, PJ Washington's wife is sitting up here stunting because that stuff will bankrupt you. People, an oil change on a Lamborghini is anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. $2,000 to $5,000. Remember, those cars like that don't have oil. They don't have a pump. They have a sump. So it's a process to do that. To make matters even worse, you want to go buy somebody the latest and greatest? People, you can't reset the oil life monitor on a new Bentley or on some of the Audis out there. What? You can't reset the oil life monitor through the infotainment system. You have to have the mechanic scanner to access the OBD port. That's the computer port on the dashboard. You have to reset it with the mechanic scanner now. You can't just do it through the infotainment system anymore. They stopped doing that for the last couple of years. It does not require a code, sir. Everybody else can get on just fine. You got 2 minutes or you're banned. Simple as that. It does not require a code. Let's not try that. He's getting scared now, folks. I tried to. No, that's not going to work for you. So for those of you who didn't know, you can't, some of you guys who know how to do maintenance on your cars, you're used to being able to go into the infotainment system. Well, you can't do that on the new Bentleys, some of the new Audis, and some of the other upscale cars. You can't do that anymore. So just change out the oil and then reset the oil life monitor in the infotainment system. Nope. You got to have a scanner. Most folk are not going to pay $2,000 for a mechanic scanner because there's a specific reset access that you have to do through the software. If you're not going to pay for that, that's it. Also, one more thing. Remember, these cars today don't have oil dipsticks or transmission dipsticks.
Nigga, what?
Okay, the cars today don't have oil dipsticks and transmission dipsticks anymore. They're all sealed. First they sealed the transmissions, then they sealed the engines. All right, folks. Ripside says that he's not able to get on Zoom because he needs to get a code. So I want somebody to go ahead and give me a call up on Zoom. I want somebody else to go ahead and give me a call up on Zoom. If it doesn't ask you for a code, then we're going to go ahead and ban Ripside since he wants to play stupid. So I want anybody else, just go ahead and give me a call up on Zoom. We'll go ahead and just prove he's lying. And then right after that, we'll go ahead and ban him. But like I say, when you can't defend it, that was quick. Okay, I got my man Flex up here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and find out from Flex right quick. All right, brother Flex, did it hit you up for a code?
No code, sir.
Okay, that took you about 2 seconds to get in. So, all right, I caught you in the middle of making some fried chicken. Let me go ahead and let you get back to that, y'all. I caught it right in the middle of it. So, thank you very much, brother. We appreciate that. All right, everybody else can go ahead and. All right, everybody else I got like a dozen people on Zoom right now. So, let me go ahead and see if I can get whoever Jay is. Let me get Jay up here right quick. He can confirm whether he had any problem. I got like a dozen people on Zoom right now, people. All right, Jay, did it give you any trouble getting through? Unmute yourself, Jay. Okay, he was able to get through. He got different issues, so. All right,
Hello?
There you go, Jay. Did it give you any problems?
A little bit. Can you hear me?
Oh, did it ask you for a code?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. You think it did? You're not sure it did?
I mean, it was a lot. It was very fast. I just
okay,
did accept. I got trust issues, so I accept it.
It didn't ask you for nothing. All right. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get Larry up here. Look at code. I mean, this was not maybe it did, maybe it didn't. All right. Nigga, it didn't ask you for nothing. All right, let me see if we can get Larry up here. Larry.
I guess you can go ahead and ban him.
Okay, we about to go ahead and throw his ass on you. Didn't ask you for a code?
Nope.
All right, well, let's go ahead and throw his ass on out of here then. All right, what'd you say? I'm a know-it-all. I know what's going on. No, you don't. You really, really don't. So Ripside will be gone until he calls in. He's going to have to go ahead and do that. Yes, everybody wants to act like they know. Damn, why that Jason got no son? Jason think he's so damn smart. I'm just going to dispute everything he say. If Jason say the sun come up, I say, ain't no sun. Ain't no sun. Ain't no moon. You don't know it all, nigga. Ain't no leap year. So whatever I say, folks who hate it when that truth be hooking them ribs, they just started in this. We're going to just control him now. Why does he have to be so right about that? What does he know about a Bentley or a Lamborghini or a Range Rover? What does he know? So it'd be that right there. Niggas be hoping for their mamas and stuff. All right, everybody else on Zoom, y'all can go ahead and hang up now. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Unless you want to talk to the host. If you got something you want to talk about, you can stay on Zoom. But for everybody else, thank you very much for calling up and confirming that. I've seen everything we need to know. So we're going to go ahead and get Ripside on out of here. He thought he was going to be slick. So I'm going to use the chat room to dispute him. And I'll just sit over here. By the way, folks, Google is your damn friend. What's breaking Brittany in half right now, folks? What's breaking Brittany in half? People, do you understand what the lavish lifestyle is today? Do you all understand how taxing the lavish lifestyle is today? Let me go ahead and give you a couple of reminders about a few things here. People, have you seen the aftermarket for Rolexes? Do you all know what the aftermarket for Rolexes is? Do y'all understand that? Yeah, well, most likely happened. The dummy was clicking on other things. That doesn't bother me. He's going to sit on the outside looking in. They're going to sit on the outside looking in. Okay, for the folks who are still on Zoom, you can stay if you want to talk to the host. If you're not trying to talk to me, you can hang up on Zoom. Okay, they're still on Zoom, so if they haven't hung up on Zoom or closed out their Zoom, I'm assuming they want to speak to me. All right, just hang tight. Folks, have you seen the aftermarket for Rolexes? Have you seen the aftermarket for Rolexes? In the chat room, Sage Nomad, you need to give me his call up on Zoom. Sage Nomad needs to give me the call up on Zoom. He's got 2 minutes to give me a call on Zoom. Sage Nomad. So let's go ahead and get him up here on Zoom. You got 2 minutes. Folks, have you seen the aftermarket, this used market for Rolexes? Do you realize those things pretty much don't depreciate? Have you seen that? A lot of you want to get some sticker shock. Go see if you can go find a 5-year-old, 10-year-old Rolex. You think the fact that it's 5 or 10 years old, you think you're going to get Seiko watch prices? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. As a matter of fact, some of them have appreciated in value. Some of them have gone up. So even if you want to go get a used Rolex, you are going to pay an extreme premium. But that ain't it. People, Chanel bags.
What?
Fendi bags.
Damn!
Gucci bags. Louis bags. I'm not even going to take you into the deep end of the pool with Prada and Birkin. I'm not even going to take you there. I'm not even going to take you there. I'm just talking about that. In the chat room, Sage Rolex does not need to say anything else, so you are done talking until you call and talk. That's it. Like I said, they get in the chat room. Damn, why did Jason make me look so dumb? Dude, your parents' upbringing did that. If you would listen a little bit more, a little hard-headed nigga, you would learn something instead of making a fool of yourself. I know you feel bad. Why I got to have that? Why can't I be broke and make it pop off? Well, I mean, broke just means you haven't solved your financial problems. Don't be stupid. Learn something. People, Brittany can't stunt like that. She can't stunt like that. You see, when you live in a world where you're supposed to be sitting up here flossing the latest and greatest, do you understand the latest and greatest now cost thousands and thousands of dollars? You cannot be in any sort of financial dire straits whatsoever and still be showing the latest and greatest. You can't do it. You can't do it. So if you want to go get that Fendi bag, you want to go get that Prada, you want to go get it made of lambskin, if you want to do that, hey man, you're going to pay for that. If you want to get the newest model of anything, you're going to pay for that. People, the iPhone is over $1,000 now. So if you want to sit up here and show off and whatnot, baby, you can't, there's nothing going to be cheap about this. Keeping up with the Joneses, baby, it take a lot to do that. Especially when Jones used to be Washington. It take a lot to do that. So even if she wanted to front at this point, people, like, it used to be you could go get some handbags on consignment or something like that. Man, you can't do that anymore, man. It's too damn expensive, dude. It's not going to work. You're not going to be able to keep up. I'm not even getting off into shoes and dresses, people. I'm just leaving it at handbags. I'm just leaving it at accessories. I'm not even talking about jewelry. I'm not even talking about jewelry. I'm talking about just keeping it to wearing clothes, man. Do you all understand that that's what it takes to have a Rolex? That's what it takes to have a Fendi bag. That's what it takes to have one of those, man. And if you just want to get a new one every year, forget, you went through the mall at Christmas time and you bought one and then you came back in the springtime. Oh, they got a new one out here. Wow, that looks fly. Let me get that. I'm not even talking about that. Just to get one a year. One a year. Run you 10 grand. Easy. So let me get this straight. 15 grand for a Rolex. 10 grand for a handbag. We going down the list. Are you kidding? I'm not talking about a car, people. What I'm saying is that if you're a female like Brittany Renner and you want to stunt, if you could afford a Bentley, you can't hop out of a Bentley with your damn Michael Kors. You Brittany Renner. You're Brittany Renner. You've moved to West Hills, California. You trying to muscle an exotic car out of your baby daddy who's married to another woman. And you're like, well, can't you just have both of us? And this last week, I had some folks who made the point, and that's what I had to point out to y'all. Oh, Brittany would sleep with him again if she could. If Brittany could get PJ Washington back in the bed, she'd do it. If for nothing more than the benefits. PJ done made it clear to her. Obviously, at this point, we've got confirmation. He's made it clear to her, yeah, I'm good on that. So she's like, well, look here, nigga, let's see if I can get the court to mug you. Let me just see if we can get the court to carjack you. But she's looking ahead, man. When that Mercedes comes off a lease, she's looking at her handbag game. It ain't up to code. The shoe game ain't up to code. The hair game obviously ain't up to code.
Damn!
The jewelry game is bankrupt. Handbag game, bankrupt. Forget a Richard Mille. That's out the question altogether. So the floss game is raggedy right now. And she's like, damn, we got to get some real funds coming through. And what she's finding out is that's not an option. That's not an option. Now she's just racking up debts. I want y'all to be aware of that. Let me go ahead and remind you all just one more time. I need to remind you one more time about this. If you weren't paying attention to the documents that we covered here before, and for those of you who are joining late, that's your ass. You should have been here the whole damn time. That's what you get for being late. But just one more again. Understand something. This is Brittany's lifestyle right now. I need y'all to understand this. When you go over her bank statements, when you go over all this list, everything in black here, this is what she spends. This other stuff is what she bringing in. She's bringing in 100 here, 103 there. This is what she spends. This is what she's spending. And there's a point I want to make to you here. This is what she's spending. All this black, this is how much she spends in a month. Okay, and even with all of that spending, do you realize that she still owes money? She still got credit card bills. These are the credit card bills here. She owes money. All that spending she doing is she still owes money and making the minimum damn payments. She still owes money. So this is what she's done in the last couple of years with her being the captain of her finances. This is what's really going on with her in charge of her finances. This is the best she could do. Now her full-time job is petitioning courts to squeeze more money out of her ex. That's her full-time employment now, by her own admission. All that money she got, and she's still not able to make ends meet. That is the telltale sign of a female who is expecting a man to pay her way through life. And that was the whole point of PJ Washington. He was supposed to be here to pay her way through life. He was supposed to be the big dummy she was going to sponge off of. She could not mind her manners. She fumbled the damn bag. He wasn't even going to leave her available for a side chick position. And he got the hell on. And she told the whole damn world that she was on top of this and everything's great. And now she has admitted to a court that she is unemployed and out of money. She owes her attorneys over $4,000 right now as I speak to you. She owes them over $4,000. So that's why they're like, hey, we're asking the court right now to start paying your legal bills to us. Get PJ to start financing that, because without that, baby, we're going to have to let you go. If you cannot pay us, we're going to have to drop you as a client. We're going to have to do it. There's a lesson to be learned in here. See, PJ went about it the wrong way, but the end result still validates everything I've told you. As a man, if you are performing at a high level, females will kill you if she has to wake up one morning and that's not there anymore. Don't you understand when she's gotten to put her feet in a real, that's why PJ Washington's wife talking about the Maybach. I know all about the rug. The rug, I'm telling y'all right now, folks, if you want to go on a trip, do yourselves a favor, go to a Mercedes dealership that actually has a Maybach. You can get the GLS 600 or the S8, the S600, whichever one. S680, I think the number is for the sedan. And now they got the SL model. Wow, I can't wait to try that one out. When you put your feet in that rug, oh, you're going to be sold right then. Especially get your females. Ladies, go there with your flip-flops on. Go there with your not your house shoes. Don't be looking around. If you go there with some flip-flops on or some sandals, you get up in that damn thing, flip your damn sandals off right quick, and just What Rapping Forte say? Wiggle your toes on the mink rug. You ain't ready for that? You're not ready for it. I'm just letting y'all know right now, I'm just chipping you off a little bit of the game. A little bit of game. Go there and do that. You're going to be like, this is nice. You're going to want to be driving around barefoot like Fred Flintstone.
Damn!
I'm not lying. The rug on them things, they want to compete with Rolls Royce, and they're doing a damn good job, let me tell you. Yeah, you're going to be rolling around like Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble. Yabba dabba damn me do. That's going to be you. For real, for real. I'm not even getting into everything else. I'm just talking about that part right there alone. It's just like, why would I put shoes on? Why would I not want to feel this rug? Why would I not want to do that? Yes, it's like that. Don't believe me. Go do it for yourself. Yes, it's like that. If you drop a penny into that rug, you might lose the damn thing. That carpet is thick. It's thick. It's nice. It's lush. It's everything. This is not a Cadillac. This is they want to compete world class, and I'm telling you, the Maybach is it's where it needs to be. It's where it needs to be. It's right up there with the Bentley Bentayga. It's right up there. The ride is excellent. You can take corners as hard as you want to. Mercedes engineered the hell out that suspension, and that's good because you're going to drop about $10,000, $12,000 when it's time to redo it. So I'm very glad that Mercedes did a great job on it because it's going to bankrupt you when it's time to redo them struts. But until then, yippee-ki-yay. Okay, when I'm telling you fellas, just understand this here for a few moments. When your chick gets to go and get those Ray-Ban sunglasses, $400-$500. When your chick gets to go and get that Prada bag, $8,000-$10,000. When she pulls up at the nail salon in the Maybach and it's gleaming with that new ceramic finish on it that you just put on there for $2,000 or $3,000. And she comes out there and whatnot, it's time to get her nails done, and she pulls out your credit card, that platinum credit card, that gold-plated credit card, and she got the little Asian chick sitting up there doing her feet and chipping the dried skin off of her toes and stuff like that, and she's balling out, and all these chicks are saying, oh, you Brittany Renner. And she's sitting there with the damn handbag and puts it to the side, and she's looking at her iPhone 20 or whichever number we're on right now. I forget which number. I don't know. I know Samsung's over 20, iPhones, 15, 16, 18, 20, whatever number it is. She's sitting up there acting like she's unbothered. Okay. She's not. She's sitting up here with the red bottoms hanging on her toes when she crosses her legs like she's everything. Yeah, because she is everything. She's got her hair did, got her nails done in whatever crazy color they want to use this time. She's not going. She's shopping at Whole Foods. That's slumming to her. Whole Foods is slumming to her. She's like, okay, where's Trader Joe's? She's like, okay, I guess I'll settle for Whole Foods, but she's looking for something else. All right. She's sitting out there in the parking lot of Fresh Greens. She ain't even asked for anything yet. She's just sitting in the parking lot. Fellas, she don't want to give that up. There are 0 females on the planet who want to give it up. They come back on social media telling they damn lies to people about, yeah, he made a bunch of money, but money ain't everything. Okay, if money wasn't everything, what the hell do we have divorce courts for?
And deal with it, nigga.
Why are so many of you filing lawsuits against your ex-boyfriends now? If money doesn't matter, then why do we have divorce courts and child support courts, and so many of you are filing lawsuits against your ex-boyfriends? If money don't matter, if it didn't really matter to you, if it wasn't the issue, then what the hell is that going on for? No, Brittany said that she's shopping at Target. And I'm just letting you know, people, they recognize you. Brittany Renner has spent the last decade and a half trying to be one of the most recognizable women on the planet. Congratulations, you succeeded. When she walks through Target with Lil PJ, everybody recognizes her. And they're like, oh, you ain't looking quite so glamorous. They're not looking at her like she fly. They're looking at her, oh, hell, you down here with the rest of us. That's not where she's supposed to be. She's supposed to be at upscale designer clothes, designer grocery stores, designer rest. It's supposed to be the top 1% for her, nothing less. And every time she has to enter one of these working class places, it reminds her, like, damn, Brittany, you fell off. Every time she has to do that, it's you fell off. Now, I'm not stupid. She probably sends whoever that nanny is. That alleged nanny that they showed there before, Jerry Lang, whoever in the hell that is. I'm pretty sure they go do all the looking for that. But that's the whole point. That's the whole point. She doesn't feel good about this. This wasn't the damn plan. The plan was that she's supposed to be living lifestyles of rich and famous to the day she died. She's not trying to figure out how to be next to the rest of us. So she is embarrassed. She is humiliated. And now that's it. She's zeroed out, people. She's done flipped all the damn way out. She's had to go to court and say, yes, I could not make it on my own. I am completely tapped out of money. I get a few checks that show up here and there, but I am unemployed. I am broke. And I cannot afford my lifestyle. Now, the truth of the matter is, it isn't that she doesn't make any money. Brittany does make money. What she's admitting is she does not make enough money to be Instagram ready or TikTok impressive. That's what she's suing PJ Washington for more child support. She is unable to be Instagram ready or TikTok impressive on her own. She tried it. She can't do it. And there isn't a man who's stepping in to subsidize her and fill that gap. She is conceding defeat. And now she is demonstrating the lowest of the low behavior. She is now pulled up to the bank teller with the baby and say, how much will you give me for this kid? How much can I get for this kid? And that's where it is now. Now she just wants to know where can I get for this kid? How can I do that? How much y'all give me for this baby? How much can I cash in this kid for? In any case, we got folks over here on Zoom. I got a number of people here. So Big Papa, Brian, everybody else here, just hold tight. Sit back, relax, hold tight here. Let me go ahead and see if we can get Brother Elijah. You're first up here on Zoom. Brother Elijah, what's on your mind?
Hey, big brother. Good evening, big brother. Hey, brother. Look, if I get a little vulgar, please correct me. But right now, after listening to this broadcast, black man, I got some questions, but it ain't gonna be Brother Elijah. Right now, it's about to be nigga Elijah right now. I do have a question though, before I say anything. Why is it seemingly that when these white women, because they do the same thing, but why is they seemingly look like they play the game a little bit better than a lot of our sisters out here?
Because they got better coaches.
Damn. Oh.
No, but that's generational. Please understand something. In order to generationally do that, you have to be groomed from one generation to another. Because we live in the system of white supremacy, we have not had generational wealth. So since you haven't had generational wealth, you also haven't had that generational grooming, that generational mentoring. Ain't been nobody with millions in any significant numbers that your grandmama or your great grandmama could schmooze up to.
Right.
So you didn't have anybody who learned those skill sets because there was nowhere to learn them, much less a place to practice them. Yes, that has begun to change in recent times. We have more millionaires and billionaires than we've ever had in the history of humanity. But the dominant society has had, since they're the ones who, engineered and schemed the wealth system.
Yes, sir.
Part of that generational wealth is teaching the daughters how to get themselves in position for it. But you can't get in position for, how can you practice for something you don't even know anything about? So grandmama, if she can get in, they teach the daughter. Now mama got in, mama can teach you, and you're supposed to pass it on down. So this is really the first generation of black women who could really, get next to anybody like that. There hasn't been 10 generations of it. This is really the first one. And they're showing how naive and unknowledgeable they are about this. So they're making all kinds of reckless rookie, sloppy mistakes.
Yes, sir.
They're not even leaving themselves open. When John F. Kennedy got killed, Jackie Kennedy went and married Aristotle Onassis. He was a shipping magnate.
Yes, 5 years later. Yes, sir.
She went from the president of the United States to a certified wealthy man just that quickly.
Yes, sir.
And that's the norm. That's the norm because they've been taught what to do. These are not women who let their sexual histories get out there. Marilyn Monroe, everybody knew she was a toss-up. Take a look at how that went for her. Yes, then you take a look at how that went for Miss Kennedy. So these were women who were taught, hey, baby, dudes ain't trying to get the fellas who are actually wealthy ain't trying to have the town slut. So you can do that in college. You better not be on tape. And you leave that there. So they tell their daughters, okay, get your slutting out your system in college. Let them fellas do all that crazy stuff on you in college. And then you stop that. When you leave, you're done with that. Because all you're going to do is ruin yourself out here. Because they're trying to set you up in position. These men have the ability to say no to you. In our society here, we've had a bunch of chicks that they don't have that. They don't have it. They have not had that kind of mentoring. So they're just doing every dumb mistake you can possibly imagine. And where the white women have been taught, even if things go bad, set yourself up for the next one. Kim Kardashian is a perfect example of that. She went from win to win to win to win, cashed out with Kanye, and that was it. So, but they are taught that that's what you do, and then they're told that's what you're expected. The other thing is they're not told about what they desire. You're told to be strategic. And if you're a fool, that's it. Because, baby, you're not going to have an endless number of men to go through. You're not going to have an endless number of men that you can go through. There's going to be a very, very limited number. If you get one, you're lucky. If you get two, you're phenomenal. You're not going to have endless bites of the apple. So if you land one, you got to make this work. Yes, and you cannot fumble the damn ball. The problem is, up until the most recent generations, you've had them with a bunch of females who their legacy has been fumbling balls. Everyone they get it for the most part. There's been a few exceptions, but for the most part, as a group, they just go from generation to generation fumbling balls. And that's why they can't learn anything. So these other folk are taught don't fumble the ball. And then you got a bunch of females who are like, okay, smash and grab. If you get one, leech them for all you can get. And in the process, you do like Brittany and you ruin any opportunity you can have for a second person. Because his friends will take you if they see you ain't scandalous and ruthless. None of his buddies are going to take you after they see what you did to him. If you leave that fella and you take your damn lumps and you're like, okay, I'm better for it, you might talk to one of them. You got a shot at getting one of them to maybe give you a second lane. You sit up here and act crazy like she's doing, and I'm going to juice this nigga. I'm taking everything. Oh, that's it. Everybody else like, yeah, I'm good. We're done. We're done.
Yes, sir. Well, I do have a question, though, with that one. Who the fuck told this bitch that she's all that she looks on? Because I was just scanning through her pictures, and I'm saying, like, this scandalous bitch right here, she don't look all that good. Her body somewhat looks like a fucking mismatch, black man. So, like, who said she was the belle of the ball to be doing shit like this in the first place?
Well, first of all, remember, females are like men. Men are nostalgic about females. We never forget how we met you. Brother, it takes decades before females accept that they don't look the way they did when they were 21. It takes decades for females to let that go. They will tell you that they don't look bad right up until, they fall over in the street from that bad hip they carry around. Brittany Renner was a certified firecracker when she was 21.
Okay.
That heifer was a flamethrower. All those fitness pictures and fitness photos and fitness videos. I mean, that chick was on point. We can't lie about that. Chick was on point. And as a matter of fact, she only got prettier after that because she didn't really have a face card when she began. The face card showed up later. So that was the killing thing about it. She had the body card from the very beginning. Then in a few more years, then she got the face card. So, no, she was on the incline. What you're saying now is that she's depreciated since having that kid. Well, yeah, since we're compared to where she was.
Can I give a correction. Not the kid that is a. You could clearly see the fucking attitude, black man, and it's destroying her face. Sometimes people don't realize spiritually how you carry yourself. That's
yeah. For women, stress ages you.
Yes, sir.
Stress ages you. Bitterness ages you. When you're younger and carefree, you're not sitting up here doing dumb stuff. When you're younger and carefree, you're not carrying grudges. So your attitude toward the world is all over your face. I've told you all about this before. When a female is 20, 21 years old, they don't understand. As men, they don't see what we see. When a chick is 20, 21 years old, she has a light in her eyes. There's a light that's in a female's eyes. She's like an anime character. She doesn't look angry, bitter. She hasn't had the 1,000 body count stare. You don't see that she's obviously carrying grudges against a bunch of exes. She goes to work because she wants leverage. Women ain't like that when they're 20, 21 years old. So they have a light in their eyes, a buoyancy. So it's almost childlike. There's a light and a vibrance in their eyes when they look at you. It makes you feel more alive as a man. Let that heifer get over 30. It's a damn Mexican standoff every damn evening. And it's just like, okay. And she doesn't understand it. She understands why she's not the same, but it's perfectly justifiable to her. Yeah, but you bringing that to me. So you want a man to, all his baggage, you got to leave that behind, and he needs to produce. But then you come to him and the light in your eyes is deader than disco, and you look hostile as hell, and she doesn't even know it. So she's going to Sephora and putting on makeup, and she thinks I look the same. It's like, baby, yeah, that light in your eyes is gone.
Yes, sir.
Women cannot see the light in their eyes. Not unless we as men make them sit down and explain it to them. And if a man can explain it, because most can't, but if you can, and women don't take a look at themselves when they were younger. They just want to tell themselves they're perpetually unchanged. As men, every time you meet a new man, he never saw the 21-year-old version of you.
Right.
So the guy who knew you when you were 21, he still sees you as a 21-year-old even at 40. Every new man you met a new man at 25, you're 25. You meet a new man at 35, you're 35. You don't get credit for 21. Right. And women know that that's where their real value is, so they desperately try to hold on to that. So she has nothing to lose by seizing onto that. That's where the height of her value is. Remember, nobody pays for women except men.
Right, of course.
I've taught y'all that through the Valentine's Day program. Women don't buy each other gifts. You want to know why lesbian relationships are so messed up and break up? It's because ain't nobody treating nobody. What? Females don't buy each other Gucci handbags and Fendi handbags. In a lesbian relationship, all you get is the other broad. That's all you get. You don't get handbags, red bottoms, $20,000 vacations, $250,000 cars. Another female is not trying to figure out how to get you a lavish life. When females get together in their little female enclaves to talk about, brother, they're never in a mansion. They're never in a mansion. Nobody's ever driving a Bentley. They all live in some efficiency apartment or some little 1,500 square foot place. That's it. They are below working class. Women do not sweat for other women. Women don't sweat for other women. They don't sacrifice for other women. They don't aspire for other women. She figures like, heifer, you a broad just like me. You're not worth more than I am. So you just need to work as much as me. That's it. That's it. And that's why it sucks. So when the females are out there, they're not going to produce. They're not going to do anything. And that goes for her if you're with her. She's not trying to figure out how to do that for herself. So she has nothing to lose. The height of that value with men is when you're in your 20s. That's when you're at the peak of that value. And women never forget it. Men are throwing things at them constantly. But they fall out of touch with when the phone stops ringing. And Brittany, the phone has stopped ringing. That's how you know right now. Look how she's acting. Look what she just did. She's going to attorneys. Oh, the phone stopped ringing.
Brother, you mentioned in tonight's broadcast that you and I listened to it and I called into that program 2 weeks ago. Gen Z is done, but and you had a dumbass nigga from my city, New York City, call in, and he was too dumb and too high to articulate. I kind of understood what he was saying, but he didn't really articulate it when he was making all that stupid gibberish. I'm not changing the conversation because it's very pertinent to what you was discussing tonight. When he was talking about a woman being a demon, wanting to know his income and this and that, and everything dawned on me. I didn't say it. I didn't get a chance to say it last week, but I need to say it because we have bitches like this running around. If you want a man to, if you want this whole high lifestyle, this marvelous greatest life and everything, you need to shut the fuck up and establish the respect first. And all this, I gotta make millions of dollars, and then I walk into a situation where you still disrespecting me. And you brought this up. You brought this to our attention. 2 words, Ray Rice. Yikes. Okay? And we need to, I think us men, we need to really set the clocks back, because we're going to have to start grooming these women. Hey, let's go back to the days of our grandmother and everything like that. You worry about raising our children. Stop with this lifestyle and everything like that. Just shut the fuck up. If I get to that level and everything like that, you right there, perfect. Let's eat, okay? But other than that, you telling me?
Yeah, that's why with a man, I tell you, lead with your accomplishments.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't mean give somebody a list of your accomplishments. Your accomplishments should be self-evident.
Yes, sir.
And after that, you've just shown you are the table. You're
Yes,
the
sir.
table. And once you've done that, you're supposed to be determined that she's fit to sit at the table. A pretty face card is cool. Let's just be clear. I mean, a female with a banging body motivates a man. That motivates you. Okay, but do you understand that women know this? Which means that now it's open to somebody gaming the system.
Right.
A pretty face card motivates men. Do you understand with a pretty face card and a pretty body card, women know that games the system. So she has that. She wants something she expects something for that. She expects there's going to be rewards and benefits for that. The whole point of men having their money together is that's supposed to be how you do one thing is how you do all things. And if you're failing at that, you're going to be like, okay, whatever chick impresses other people the most, I figure that suits what I'm doing. And now you're opening the door to people who shouldn't even be there. I do not blame PJ Washington for sleeping with Brittany Renner. I don't blame him at all. Where the error comes in is he got her pregnant. And I just said, dude, you are going to be knife fighting in an alley with this crazy ass, imbalanced, bipolar, multiple personality disorder female. I want to say till your son's grown, but in reality, dude, if PJ wins, she's going to be at his throat for the rest of his life. She's never going to let this go. She's going to be trying to dog him for the rest of his days because she took such a public L, and now everywhere she goes, everyone's reminding her. So she's going to be at him for the rest of his days. I'll let you have the last word.
Hey, brother. All right. Thank you. Hey, brother, before I say the last word, look, thank you for just a monologue and everything like that, because I wasn't trying to take too much of your time. I just had too many questions. But my last word is this, and I'm gonna land my plane. Look, when I see the mass gentrification going on, and when me and you came from certain areas where we saw, at least I saw what a black neighborhood looked like. You possibly was one of the last generations that saw what a black community looked like. And then we got nasty bitches like this, or tether bitches and hoes like Cassie doing shit like this. Where do we go from here? How do we build and get back to at least close to where we once were in history? And I'm gonna land my plane with that question.
The whole point of me doing these programs to talk about the mismanagement from a Russell Wilson or a PJ Washington or all the others, the cautionary tales about, by the way, do y'all see what this chick tried to do with Tiger Woods? Knowledge is power. If you don't have anybody else showing you all, hey, these are the real hazard signs, not just the normal stuff if you get married and get divorced. I'm letting you all know this is trickling down to girlfriends now. We have a legal system that's weaponized now to target you. So as productive men, the whole point of everything is the bottom line is you cannot move the way your father and grandfather did.
Yes,
If you're
sir.
going to be successful, if you're going to be ambitious, if you're going to be a producer, the bottom line is you can't move the way they did. They were in a different world, different system, different rules. It was different back then. We have to adapt with the environment. Until we can change this thing, we better adapt to it until we can alter it. Otherwise, you're going to be a sitting duck, and that's it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me see if we can jump back over here on Zoom again. I got my man Brian up here on Zoom. Let me see if we can get Brian up here. I don't see Brian up here on Zoom. I'll give Brian about 5 seconds to be on Zoom. Then we're going to have to move on here, Brian. All right, Brian, I can give you 2 seconds to be here on Zoom, and then we're going to have to move on, Brian. All right, Brian, I can give you 1 more second to be here on Zoom, and then we're going to have to move on, Brian. All right, Brian is not going to be joining us here. Let me see if we can get Jay up here on Zoom right quick. Folks, if you're on Zoom, please make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on for us here. You know the rules. If you're on Zoom, make sure you have your camera and microphone turned on for us here. You will not be shown on YouTube. YouTube is not going to see you, but just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. Just to make sure you don't try to troll the host, make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on just so we don't have any trolling issues. That's all. YouTube is not going to see you. The internet's not going to see you. Just the host, just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. All right, we got Jay up here on Zoom. Jay has not turned their camera on. I can give you 5 more seconds to do that, Jay. Then we're going to have to move on. Jay, make sure you have your camera on. I can give you 2 more seconds to do that. Jay, make sure you have a light on in there. Turning the camera on doesn't mean black. If you're going to do your OnlyFans thing, I'm not available. Okay, Jay, I don't know what you're doing, man. What are you doing?
I'm feeling how you doing, brother. I'm just enjoying your broadcast.
All right, Jay, let's see if we can get Philip up here on Zoom right quick. All right, we got Philip here on Zoom. Philip, what's on your mind? Unmute yourself.
Oh, yeah, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. You were cooking Brittany. The last caller, he made some good points. I'm sorry the camera's so up close. I just turned my camera on. Oh my God. I'm sorry. With Brittany Renner, it's because I haven't seen the earlier part of your stream, but as far as I know, based on what I know about Brittany Renner, her case is dead on arrival, is it not? As far as her trying to raise the alimony, or
no, her case is her case is very viable. This is California. This is California, bro.
Wait, so it's not based in North?
Okay, this nigga's late. All right.
I thought because I know
this is what happens, y'all. Jason is late. No, folks, I'm not late. I try to give folks a chance to get in here because this is what happens. So some of y'all are timely, others not. No, brother, we covered this at the beginning. She's moved to California. She's moved to West Hills, California. She's filed this case in Los Angeles court in California.
Oh, so it's not based on where, because I thought at the time.
No, she's no, sir. She is the custodial parent. She has full custody, and she already got given a court order for what the child support is supposed to be. But that was North Carolina. What she's showing is she didn't like that. North Carolina said you can get $5,500 a month. She's moved to California, where she cannot afford to be, to say, oh, look, California, I've moved here and I can't afford to be here, so force my ex-boyfriend to finance my life out here.
So is the basis of her argument basically cost of living, because California has a way higher rent and cost of living than North Carolina?
Well, no, okay. For those of you who don't know how the laws work, let me go ahead and get you up to speed. In case you all are unaware of how the laws work in California, I gotta remember, for the millennials and Gen X, they might not actually understand how this works. So let me just explain it real briefly for you all. California, and this is what her attorneys said, they kept referencing, you all can take a look on your screens here, and they kept referencing what the justification was for it. Let me read it to you here, because this is what the attorneys put into her documents about what she's supposed to get. They were talking about legal authority and analysis, and I talked about that before. Family Code 4053A provides, in implementing child support orders, Quote, the courts shall adhere to the following principles. A parent's first and they put this in bold letters. A parent's first and principal obligation is to support his or her minor children according to the parent's circumstances and station in life. Now, for those of you who don't understand, those last three words are deadly. Station in life is an old term.
Yeah.
And that means your status. That's what station in life means, your status.
Yeah.
That doesn't just mean your income. That means your status. So if you driving a Rolls Royce, your kid needs to be living like he's with a parent with a Rolls Royce. That's what station in life means. Not your income, your status.
Yeah.
So even if you're a minimalist, wait a minute now, this is trying to get you both ways, both your income and your status. So if you really a big spender, that child needs to be living as the same as if they were living with you. They shouldn't be missing nothing. And I want you all to understand where this kind of garbage comes from. This comes from the old antiquated days where the court system attempted to disincentivize men from filing divorce. This was to prevent men from being able to marry somebody or get a chick pregnant, and off he goes, and they just sitting out here bummed out. And maybe once upon a time that might possibly have been justified. You can't justify that anymore. The world has changed. So do you see how the courts have been weaponized at every level to penalize men? Now, they don't penalize females. Women can do the exact same thing, and the courts be like, never mind that. But in California is a particularly egregious offender. And I'm showing y'all on the screen. I'm not going to read all of them, but you can see where he goes through all these things. Family Code 4053, Family Code 4052. The court shall adhere to the statewide uniform guideline and may depart from the guideline only in special circumstances. For those of you who don't understand law, this is why this attorney is going through here, making these things in bold letters and then underlining things. Now, the judge doesn't need to be told this, but I guess this is for the public. The court shall, that means you must, adhere to the statewide uniform guideline and may, which means you are allowed but not required, depart from the guideline only in special circumstances. The amount of child support established by the guideline is, quote, presumed to be the correct amount of child support to be ordered. Family Code 4057. The guideline takes into account each parent's actual income and level of responsibility for the children, and each parent is responsible for paying support according to the parent's ability. What did Brittany do? Brittany moved to California, has taken in a nanny, and then the first thing that she puts up here, which is why I showed y'all this from the beginning, she filed, well, I'm unemployed, I don't have any significant assets, and my only income is the child support I get from PJ Washington. So what do you know? I've moved to California. I'm destitute, so I can't provide any support, so go ahead and break me off the maximum. This is obviously that she engineered this and schemed this to do this. But California has unfortunately been a particularly egregious offender at trying to siphon resources from men. As I told, for those of you who don't know, the federal government incentivizes child support. Y'all need to look into that. This isn't out of nowhere. The federal government incentivizes it. So look it up for yourselves. The federal government incentivizes it. Child support is a moneymaker for the courts. It's a moneymaker for the states. Child support makes money for the when you go into court, people, that's actually money going to the state. The courthouse is a money maker for states, and it's different from others. So this is a tax that can be given out arbitrarily by a judge. So with other taxes, you have a say in legislation. When you go into court, the judge gets to decide what the hell the number is. So they chip themselves off, and it really should be illegal because, by the way, the judge has an incentive. This is conflict of interest. If the money that you're paying pays for the damn court system, that means he has an incentive to charge you the max because it's paying his damn salary. And they know this. So it's a damn, when you think about it, he's smiling, y'all. Yeah, when you think about it, I'll be damned. Yeah, he's got an incentive to hit me for his damn the chick over here. The two of them could work together. I'm the one with the bag. She looking to get chipped off, and so is the judge and everybody else in there, the bailiff, the stenographers. Everybody else gets paid. So y'all, child support is not just between you and the baby mama. The states make money off of it. For those of you who didn't know, the states make money. You can Google it. Don't believe me, you can Google it. Because by the way, it kind of varies from state to state slightly, but y'all can Google it. States make money off of child support. And the federal government is a part of it. Don't believe me. Look it up for yourselves. Prove me. Niggas need to learn how to read. Stop looking for everybody to explain every damn thing to you. Google is your damn. We live in an information age where the AI will explain it to you. Just Google it. But in any case, California makes it very easy for sloppy broads to squeeze money and juice money out of men. California has been terrible now for decades. It has been the worst for decades. It is outrageously lopsided and prejudicial in favor of the females and hostile to the men. It's been that way forever. So she didn't go to California for nothing. She went to California because she felt this was her best option. You don't move from North Carolina all the way on the other side of the damn continent to California with no money. Yeah, and this was part of a well thought out plan. She needs to be asked, what were your goals to support? Why did you move to California? What was your goal what was your plan to support this child in California that you moved there? You can't say you moved for more money. You didn't move there so you can make more money. That's obvious. So why would you choose such an outrageously expensive place except to try to leverage that to extort money from your ex?
Wow. Yeah, no, that's right. You're spot on with that, man. I can't argue with that. That's right. And Jason, I was going to say, because I actually know he doesn't make content, but he used to be a YouTuber, like a passport bro. He's from Southern California, and he's getting married to his girl in Mexico because he was saying that the laws in California were terrible for fathers or husbands and yada, yada. So he's literally, I think he's getting basically dual citizenship in Mexico or something.
Well, like I said, it depends. You have to be careful about that because it depends on where you reside.
Okay.
So,
because I'm on the East Coast, so I don't know about
it. Depends on where you reside. I mean, if she wants to move and file somewhere else, that could be an issue. I mean, if you still have American citizenship, you could be under American jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, cats want to make money in America and stuff like that, but if you that may not protect you at all.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I know what he's thinking. This is why, for example, fellas, before you get married, talk to a divorce lawyer.
Yeah, yes.
Y'all sitting up here talking to the damn, the court system and the pastor and everything. Man, talk to a divorce lawyer and let him know about this plan you got to quote protect yourself. You sitting up here guessing your way through it. Talk to a lawyer who's going to tell you whether this protects you or not.
No, that's it. He was talking about it, and I don't know because I'm on the East Coast. I'm not anywhere near California, so I don't know their laws. But like what you were saying, I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom. I don't like Gavin Newsom. Like California is terrible. They have a lot of flaws. So you were cooking everything you were talking about like the laws in California and this and that. But my friend, he lives there, like somewhere near San Diego. I forget what city, but I thought it was funny because he seemed really optimistic because he was telling me I'm getting married in Mexico. I'm not dealing with American laws and yada yada yada.
I mean, if he relocates to Mexico and becomes a Mexican citizen, sure, that might happen. Might.
Yeah.
So fellas are out here trying to.
I wouldn't live there personally. I would visit, but I wouldn't live there. That's just me though.
You don't want to leave your life up to theory. So I don't know what the situation is. If he just totally relocates, that might work. If he has dual citizenship, he's in trouble. So fellas, don't try to theorize your way through this. Don't try to wing your way through it. If you're really that, go see a divorce attorney. Every man who gets married needs to talk to one so he can find out what's actually going to happen. Because dudes don't realize what the laws where they live actually are. They also don't understand what the international laws are.
Jason, are you telling guys to see a divorce attorney before they even propose?
Absolutely.
Like even before they get engaged.
Absolutely.
Guys to look into it that early.
As a man, you should go see a divorce attorney right now.
Yeah.
I know. You should go see a divorce attorney right now. You should talk to one and find out everything, whatever your plan is, and just tell him, now, how could this go wrong? And he will explain it to you. So I'm talking about as a man right now, unmarried. You got your girlfriend. That's great. You should have this just for your general information. Every man should have this for his general information. Now that you know this, I don't have to worry about you getting to the proposing stage and screwing up. If you know this is how it could be, but by the way, the attorney just told you everything that can go wrong. Is this the kind of chick who would do it to you? Yeah, I know you like that little thing she does in bed, and I know you like the way she wears that skirt and everything. But by the way,
Jason,
have you listened to her whole personality and taken into account? By the way, is she the kind of chick? Yeah, I see all these good things, but she got a bad side too. And could that bad side do some of these things that he told me about? If you're brutally honest with yourself, you better weigh that.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm gonna leave it there and let the next person jump up. But no, this is a good stream. I'm gonna let you keep cooking because I have friends that have been traveling internationally to Southern America and dealing with international women, and some of them are passport bros, some of them are regular dudes. So I don't have a dog in the fight, but I think some dudes should heed your advice before they get in too deep with these women and not knowing the laws or whatever before they get trapped. So yeah, I'm gonna let you keep cooking, but
thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Looks like we might have Ripside up here. I'm not sure. Okay, where you at, Ripside?
Oh, I'm at home.
Okay, look at the camera, sir. There you go. All right, Ripside. Took you a little bit of a while to figure that newfangled technology out, I see.
No, it was I was trying to use my computer since I was on my work computer.
Okay, sir, you had a lot to teach me tonight. So by all means, start educating me.
Oh, the only thing was I believe it was only about April Jones.
Okay, sir, why don't you go ahead and get to it?
Well, it was radiological tech. She has a bachelor's from Southern Illinois University in radiological sciences. Radiological techs are the people responsible for actually taking most of your x-rays.
Uh-huh.
How do I know this? Wait, hold on. And I know Jason
He's breaking news tonight, y'all.
Hold on. And I know that Jason Black is very good at doing his research. And I know that he knows what these things are.
We're all impressed over here.
Well, I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to, put all my business out there, but I do know. And so when you said I didn't, I do. So Ripside 2 does know what he's talking about.
Well, I'm so glad you told us all what you know. Now you can tell us. Now you can tell us one more thing that we don't know. What field is that in?
What is that?
When you wish to become a radiologist, sir, what field is that?
No, the field is medicine.
Oh, no. The field is not medicine, sir. No.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
There you go. The field's not medicine. No, because radiologists don't practice medicine, so I'm educating you now on something. Yeah, I'm educating you right now. Radiologists don't practice medicine.
Oh, really?
No, really? So they don't practice medicine.
If I may retort.
Okay, they don't practice medicine. What is the field that they're in?
I apologize. You said radiologists.
Okay,
practice.
Okay, sir. The field that they're in is called healthcare.
Oh, excuse me.
They're in the healthcare field. Now, yes, there are really only two parts of the healthcare field, not counting administration, but really just paperwork or dealing with patients. Those are the only two parts of the healthcare field. No, that's it. He's trying to work his eyes around. Yeah, tell me what the third part is. He's looking around for, damn, is there a third answer? People just wish they could prove us wrong. I understand. Fellas like, damn, if I can prove this nigga wrong, I'll have it. So what I'm saying, there's only two parts. There are only two parts of the healthcare field. You're either going to deal with paperwork. I'm going to put it in paperwork and clerical, which begins with, I'm going to also include administration in that, which is a little different, but I will include administration, or whether you're patient side. So you're either patient facing or paperwork facing.
Yes.
Okay, which one is she?
She's patient-wise.
All right, now let's go a little bit further. Now, there are a lot of folks who work with patients.
Yes, sir.
There's a number of folks who work around or near patients.
Yes, sir.
Environmental services and housekeeping, for example. But there's a difference there. So, for example, What outfit do the CNAs, LPNs, and RNs wear?
This is a 20 question. Can we arrive?
Okay, brother, he's trying to scramble now, y'all. He's trying to scramble, brother. It's a simple question. You know so much. You know so much. It's a simple. Give us a simple answer. Give us a simple answer, brother. What outfit do the CNAs, LPNs, and RNs wear? Simple answer. Just give it to us.
Oftentimes in hospital situations, yes, scrubs.
Okay, they wear scrubs. Great. What does a radiologist wear? When they're doing your X-rays and stuff, what do they wear?
Radiologists don't do your X-rays, sir.
Okay, sir. If they're going to take them or read them, what do they wear?
They read them. They do not take them.
Okay, sir. What do they? Hold on. First of all, that's not a true statement either. But I'm not going to, sir. I'm not going to quibble with you here because he's going around at night, sir. What do they wear? What does your radiology tech wear, sir?
Radiology tech wears scrubs. I keep saying.
Oh, okay, thank you, y'all. I just want to show y'all. He's going to scramble around. He's like, "Damn, Jason, can you just be wrong?" No, I'm really not wrong. Okay, but sir, okay, sir, why? The next question here is, okay, why does she wear that?
Because she's the actual one in patient contact.
Say that again.
She's the only member of the radiological team that's in patient contact.
Damn. Okay, but she's not the only member of the healthcare establishment that comes into contact with patients now, is she?
No, sir.
Oh, who else does?
Physicians.
The physician? Who else?
You could say orderly.
Okay, keep going.
Contact with patients directly.
Oh, go on.
That's the primary hospital.
Okay. The doctors, the nurses.
Yes, and I thought we covered that. I apologize.
No, you didn't say nurses, sir, but he said doctors. He said orderlies. He went right around the nurses.
Yes, and the nurses.
Right.
What's your point?
Okay, there is my point right there.
What's your point? You said she was a nurse, and I'm telling you, you can look up. If you don't interrupt me, I'll tell you how you can look it up. And that is that nurses have a degree. Not only do they most of the time,
he's going to keep trying.
Only have an associate's degree. They also have an RN, which is a registered nurse, which means you're registered. Folks, I can't get through the whole state. The registered nurse has to register with the state, so you can look up April Jones in that state that she's in to know what her degree is in.
She works in the exact same building, in the exact same room, in the exact same patients with the doctors and the RNs and the LPNs. She works right alongside, brother. I'm not telling you what I'm saying. I'm telling you what she said. So you're gonna just you're disputing. So you're gonna dispute her? You're gonna dispute her? She's the one who said it, not me.
I didn't see that in your broadcast.
I just played. Okay, then you're not paying attention. I played it last week. She's the one who said it, not me.
Last week.
But you already know this. But you should already know that. Now you're trying to argue as if it's not true. I thought you knew this.
No, I said you. No. You're moving the goalpost. The argument is
that's not a goalpost moving, sir.
She's not a nurse. She is not a nurse.
You literally cannot tell me what the functional difference is.
The functional difference between a nurse and a radiological tech.
You literally cannot tell me you literally cannot tell us in the healthcare context what's the difference.
Jason, I'm a long time listener. I've
okay. Calm down. Beige rage is never good. This light skin rage is never good. Calm down. What I said there is that when you take a look at it, she wears the same thing, works at the same desk, works with the same people, physically encounters the same patients physically. Tell me what they're doing that she ain't.
She is this is about training more than what she does.
Wow, okay. So
I'm telling you the truth. There is a difference in the degree program for an RN and a radiological tech.
Okay.
It is. Radiological sciences is a totally different field.
What's the average pay, sir?
Of a radiological tech?
Now, I already know this.
Depends on the state, but I'll say 60, 65.
Uh-huh. How much does a LPN get paid?
LPN, or the lower side of nursing, of course you would choose that, but I like it. 50, 55.
We'll just work our way up from there. How much do RNs get?
Girlfriend makes 85.
Okay, BSN?
She is BSN RN.
Okay, she got to get her weight up. So you get the idea.
Yeah, I get your.
Have I helped you out a little bit more there?
Well, I think, Jason, based on what I have shown you today, do I not understand the healthcare field?
Well, you're certainly in denial of a number of things there. The bottom line is, brother, tell me what situations with men that the RNs and LPNs would run into that now April is not directly exposed to the exact same.
And that wasn't the.
Okay,
was
sir,
not,
calm down.
Okay.
Tell me
none, but
what
that
is
was not my argument.
Okay, so in other words, as I said, she works in the healthcare field. She's not ostensibly not changing bedpans. She does,
Yes,
other than that, she does the exact same thing the nurses are doing in the exact same environment, the exact same rooms with the exact same people. And because to be totally honest with you, it comes from the government, but that's a whole other conversation. We make a distinction between her and say, well, technically you're not a nurse. Well, okay, if she hasn't taken the classes for quote unquote nursing and CNA, well, technically she may not be a nurse. However, if she's not a nurse, she'll do till the damn nurse gets here. She has to do everything the nurses do.
Okay.
We can't name anything
I'd say it's more along the lines of steam fitter, pipe fitter versus plumber.
The bottom line is that as far as profession, income, environment, and the people that she will encounter, she's right there with the nurses. And by with them, I mean she's literally standing right next to them.
And I have one more.
If you didn't tell people that she was not a nurse, they would say, "Oh, you're a nurse. You're wearing the same damn scrubs they're wearing." Oh no, I'm the radiology tech. Okay.
Yeah,
why are you standing in front of me? Well, that's what we do. Okay. Well, that sounds like a damn nurse to me. But okay, we'll play with you here. For those of you who don't understand, it's kind of like also with the distinction between nurse practitioner and RN. The government played a big role in the establishment of nurse practitioner. And it was really because you already had doctors and they were healthcare professions and the insurance companies really were trying to figure out a way to shoehorn in, how do we have a doctor who costs less? So in comes this classification of, quote, nurse practitioner, who in reality, the whole goal is, and everybody knows, is wink, wink, your job is to do 50% of what a doctor is supposed to do. And to be able to do what he does, but in less time for less money. So that's what you're supposed to be able to do. So I want you all to understand, these are classifications. Yeah, that's real nice. But in their cases, their nurse practitioners are quick to tell you they're quasi doctors. They're quick to tell you that.
And they're not.
Well, that's up for debate, because the entire reason for establishing nurse practitioner was specifically to be able to get doctor benefits without having to wait for that doctor timeline. So that's debatable. Everybody knows the whole point of having them there is to have a doctor's expertise and benefits. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
so
I
can't do that
agree.
one.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I think my only other thing I think that you were saying was that you were talking about Mercedes A service, B service, and
well, I didn't say Mercedes. I said European cars, but Mercedes is a European car, so that's perfectly fine.
And so yes, and so the B service, B service was $3,000, and then mine ain't a new car. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Okay. Well, no,
I'm gonna tell you that it was crazy. I was like, and that's not with tires. That's not with. That was literally just the service, and that was wild. So I think people really, really do misunderstand how much the lifestyle costs. And as someone, as you know from the information provided, that I make enough to do that, and it's still crazy to me. I sat there with $3,000. I was like, man, I know these single chicks ain't affording this. So,
they're not buying it for themselves. There, what model do you have?
I have the.
Don't stumble now.
Oh, it's right here.
Okay, brother, I can't read. I can't read that. Why don't you just tell me?
I'm sorry. I could hold it close.
Okay, nobody else.
Only a 2019. It's a 2019 E450.
Okay.
Yep, just a basic baby Mercedes. Nothing crazy about it, but the prices are just insane.
Okay,
So,
I don't know how in the world you ended up at $3,000. Well, for the B service, let me guess here. Well, slow down, Just calm down, brother. Calm down. Okay. If you had B service, because I thought you were saying 3,000 for the miles, but you meant $3,000, not 3,000 miles, because you said 3K, but I didn't see a dollar sign. So
yeah, 3K.
You meant $3,000, not 3,000 miles. Because I was like, okay, if you're gonna say that B service is 3,000 miles, call up and educate me where B service is 3,000 miles, because it's always 24,000. Very, very briefly, for those of you who don't understand, A service, typically speaking, is going to include the motor oil change. It's going to include checking all your fluids, seeing if you need an alignment. And that's basically going to be the major part of it there. They say they do an inspection. They don't. They say they're going to check things. They don't. Just forget about it. They don't. They just forget about it. If the car's not smoking and on fire when they come in, forget about it. They're trying to get you in and out. So that's for those kind of things right there. B service is where we get into the air filters. So the engine air filters, if you got dual overhead cam or turbos, you got 2 engine filters. If it's a Mercedes, you've got the cabin air filter, which is outside, the air conditioner filter, which is under the dashboard. They want to check the brake fluid levels and stuff like that. Now they're really going to juice you. So for A service, typically, it depends on what car you have. If you have an E-Class, though, even for B service, they couldn't have just done the filters. They must have done a lot more. So I'm not going to get off into that because that's going up a different trees. $3,000. You might want to recheck that one. I don't know who did it, but they're trying to get rich quick.
Nah, it was a lot, man. It was you want to give it? Look, I give the handout.
Yeah, because Fletcher Jones ain't even doing all that right there. Fletcher Jones is easier to do than that. So it's,
dealer is Steeler, as they say, Steeler, man.
Oh no, you got a whole different one right there. Cat Williams runs that dealership, so it's that's that. Suge Knight runs that Mercedes dealership. That's a whole new level of theft you got going on there for an E-Class. I mean, if it was a Maybach, I could see that differently. For an E-Class, no.
Yeah, man. And then the other thing was, the only last thing I have one land my plane, as people keep saying, and that is.
By the way, why didn't you change it yourself?
Well, my hands are important for what I do. So
okay, nigga, but it's $100. Well,
no, you're talking about just changing oil, yeah.
No,
yeah. But I
no, no, sir, no. I do the oil, yeah, but I also do all my filters.
Yeah, and filter change, I did cabin. I have cabin right over here.
Right, so I'm trying to figure out how you pay $3,000 then if you change your own filters.
Ooh, and there's always this, something that they find, a leak in this and a blah 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 that, and
it is a 2019, so yeah, I'm assuming you have over 50 or 80,000 miles.
About 50, 58, 60. This is B. So this is the second B. So I think it was 60, 65.
Not guessing my way through this. I'm not guessing my way through it. So 2019, 50, 80,000 miles.
Yep.
And remember, is that your primary driver?
Yeah, that's the reason.
Okay,
and that's the reason
you're messed
why
up. You're in trouble, folks. Do not get a European car as your daily driver. Mercedes will tell you that the profile of Mercedes customer is white, 60 years old, and their Mercedes is their second or third car.
Yeah. Because if this goes down,
it's not their daily driver.
So I have to pay whatever. I can't have it.
Yeah, and then the car. Well, I don't know. You're not under warranty or anything else like that anymore, so you got to pay the freight. So, yeah, you're not even under warranty. So there you go.
Yeah. And then the only last thing I wanted to say was I enjoy your podcast. Like I said, I've provided super chats of over, I don't know, just tonight $100. I'm just trying to let you know that I do know, right? And I'm just and I hope that I can be reinstated over here on the business. I do enjoy the broadcast. I've listened for a while.
All right, I took care of it.
Thank you. I appreciate you. B1, have a good night.
Yeah, y'all, we gotta get those things straightened out right there. I'm not a nurse. I'm a radiology tech. All right. Where's your chair? What do you wear? Who do you see? I'm not a nurse. You'll do till the nurse gets here. You're standing right next to the rest of them. I don't work in the cafeteria. You don't? No, I'm the janitor in the cafeteria.
Nigga, what?
You're a cafeteria worker. No. I'm the janitor in the cafeterias. Those folks back there cook the food. Okay. I clean the floors where the food is cooked. The heifer works in healthcare. And I'm going to call her ass a nurse. I'm not going to get off of that, baby. You wearing scrubs. You seeing patients. You standing next to doctors. You make less than the damn RNs do. You have to see, man, what the hell? If a patient falls down, you have to help him back up. What? Oh, yeah. One more thing, folks. If a patient falls down, she's going to have to help him back up. I wish she would be on video and a patient fall down in front of her and she says, I can't help you all. I'm a radiology tech. Y'all, anybody who's worked at the hospital knows, oh, that ain't gonna fly. That's not gonna fly at all. You'll be in the administrator's office or in HR with the quickness. I wish you would be any type of technician, but I don't do that. I'm a radiology tech. Okay. Wish you would be sitting there twiddling your thumbs and they got you on video. Don't you know the law offices of Morgan and Morgan will be thanking you for that? Good, we need another mill. That's not at all the way that works. Job description me ass. Folks, y'all better give it up. I thought we got rid of that job description myth a while ago. I'm not a nurse. I'm a radiology tech. That's what I do. Here, give me that stethoscope. I had somebody else here on Zoom. They fell off there for a few moments here. Let me see if we can get Ambrosia up here on Zoom with us. It's been an educational program tonight, at least we hope so here. All right, Ambrosia, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. I kind of wanted to put my little 2 cents in where Brittany is concerned. Brittany is a prime example in real time how women weaponize babies. Now, babies are supposed to be the most precious gift that you can get, and they're literally being had for a bag. So how can you say as a woman and as a mother that you love your child when the only reason why you conceived them is for a payout? And these children will eventually learn this as they get older. And to learn as a child that you were only created, your value is only worth the bag.
Yeah, your mama had you because she was trying to scheme on the man's finances.
Yes.
She realized one day that all she had was a cute face and a slim waist, and that doesn't really pay the bills after a certain point. That only has value to the extent that you can capitalize on it or leverage it. And yes, she had you because the men who want a wife weren't looking at her. At least not the ones she thought that she should have. So, yeah, she had you, but you are her attempt to lock down a high income man. That's the only reason you're here. You were the means to an end. She wasn't really concerned about what happens after that. She didn't have you for your well-being. She had you for hers.
Yes. And that's the narcissism. That's the toxic behavior. That's the snake behavior that these women do. And when narcissists and toxic women no longer have men that they can prey on, the next victim are their children. This is how these son husbands are created. She will do everything she can to emotionally manipulate that little boy.
Oh, no. We're going to go beyond that. It's going to be abuse. Mm-hmm. Take a look at what's her face, Gabrielle Union with Dwayne Wade's kid. And no, it's like your daddy ain't here. And we've seen this happen here before. What is going to happen over time is PJ is going to fight this stuff. If she doesn't get the bag like she wants to, PJ is going to put distance between them. You already heard when he saw the kid once in a year, which may not be true, but definitely he's not seeing them all the time. So he's limiting her ability to mess up his new family. So what is she going to do? She's going to be stuck with the kid. And every year, that boy is going to start looking more and more like his daddy.
And deal with it, nigga.
Every year, he's going to start looking more and more like his father. And when that starts happening, he's no longer young and cute and amorphous anymore, and he starts looking like a miniature version of his daddy, the resentment is going to show itself. Mm-hmm. And now she's going to start taking it out on the kid, because that's the only thing she has power over, because the rest of the world has dismissed her. Mm-hmm. So that's the real danger that I see.
Mm-hmm. And if PJ is smart, she has literally gone on record and shown that she is financially incompetent and she makes poor choices. And he could use that as leverage to file for full custody for his son.
Yeah, he really could. The question is, does he want to? Mm-hmm. That's the issue that I have. If he's going to do it, he needs to do it now. Mm-hmm. You don't want to wait till that boy is 6 or 7 years old and he's too much like his mama. He's too damn spoiled because he's already spent his most formative years with that heifer. And so he's got a bunch, y'all know the most important years between 0 and 3. And he's going to have picked up a lot of nonverbal mannerisms from her, you know. And the other thing is, like I say, she's going to fight tooth and toenail, even if he did, to have, you know, visitation as much as she can, to mess the kid up as much as she can, turn him against the father as much as she can. So she's going to fight to keep custody because that's all she got left. Exactly. That's the only leverage she has. If you take that from her, she's just another bummy broad on Instagram.
And that child needs to be with his father. She is, based on her actions, she is extremely bipolar. Her spending habits prove that. And this is the mood swings with the bipolar mother. If you've never experienced it, it's something that literally, this is why young children have anxiety, because you're walking on eggshells. 1 minute it's all rainbows and butterflies, and then you never know what may set her off. And you're the closest thing she has to take it out on. And you're wondering why children have anxiety, because he never knows what may happen. And he will always be trying to please her, to keep her in a good mood, because the last thing he's going to want is to upset her. So now he becomes a constant people pleaser, and she will feed off that. And then this grows in his insecurity. And this is how these feckless mama boys are created. This is the only person that loses in this situation is that baby. The only person. And I'm not saying, I truly believe she loves her child. I do not doubt that. But her behavior on the long run, her consequences on the long run is going to affect this child on a level that you really won't see manifest until he's in his late teens, early 20s. This isn't good. And you have men out here who are having children and leaving them in the care of these women. These women are raising your children. You're not paying attention to what you're doing. And it's just like, how does he as a young man grow up and not have self-esteem issues? How does he as a young man grow up and he will always be looking for love in the wrong places and will be a victim of another predatory woman. And it's going to be continuous. And Brittany has guaranteed that she will never have another man of means to fool her. And then she becomes these bitter old women. And she's going to be alone and bitter and angry at the world. And of course, that boy will be the only one there to have to deal with that.
Well, you know, certainly there are a lot of factors that are in play where that's concerned. For example, for us as men, see, here's the way it is for us. We have a whole different set of considerations. If things don't work out with a chick, the bottom line is if a woman does not accept your leadership and doesn't submit to it, you got an out of control renegade broad over here. No man is going to want to spend his life wrestling with that. So for us as men, when it goes bad, it goes all the way bad. Every time you go over there, she wants to finish up the last fight she had with you. And men don't want to be dealing with it all the time. So in a lot of cases, when the man is through, the man is through. I say, you can't be a father to multiple households. You got one kid over here in North Carolina. You're trying to move to Texas. You got another kid out in California with a female who is hell-bent for leather to be as antagonistic and destructive as she can be, and a court system that's there to take her side. What is a man supposed to do with that? So in a lot of cases, what happens is the men throw up their hands and just like, look, I can either focus on what I can do something about or sit up here and fight with this other situation where everything's stacked against me. You know, because nobody's over there trying to make that easy. All of them have set up here and, you know, conspired together against me. The court, the lawyers, her mama, everybody's over there conspired against me and the state's condoning it. So what do? And what ends up happening is like, you know what? I get a whole lot more benefit out of being able to do this over here than otherwise. Alicia, that's a very good question. I think you need to call me up on Zoom and I'll be glad to answer that. But in any case, as men, baby, we don't sit up here and there's only so much we can do. I don't care how much money you have. There's only so much you can do. And no man sits around fantasizing about having some hard as hell situation to deal with where he's powerless. So he's going to ultimately end up devoting his resources, time, the most important resource, where it will do him some good. And I don't see where it does much good with Brittany Renner. So if you want to know, a lot of men end up just leaving the kids behind because I got no power over there. I got no power. I got no control. And the state's on her side. They're all trying to see how they can get together on me. So let me go ahead and see. Alicia called up here. I'm so glad she did. That's nice. Hello, Alicia.
Hi, how are you?
That's a very interesting last name, by the way. So,
Thank you.
All right, Alicia. So you had a question to ask.
I was just wondering this call just called in. Who like, how can you diagnose someone you've never even met before? Like, I have a sister who's gone through some mental health things, and she has an actual like psychiatrist or psychologist or whatever it's called that has
whatever it's called. Mm-hmm.
given like a like a formal diagnosis. So how are you to call this woman that's an Instagram model, by the way, with no income and who obviously has nothing going for her besides the fact that she's like a ran through little thought that just can run her mouth. So how can you diagnose someone you've never met before?
Okay, what exactly is the quote diagnosis that you heard?
Well, I didn't hear that specifically.
Okay, but you just said, how can you diagnose somebody? What was the diagnosis you heard, ma'am?
Like she said that she's like a narcissist and like bipolar and things like that, you know.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Why don't I take this one instead?
Okay.
Because yes, I'm the person who said that, and the internet really didn't start talking about that until I did. Are you familiar with the symptomology of bipolarism?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the symptomology of borderline personality disorder?
A little bit. A little bit. I don't know a lot about it.
Understand something, ma'am. As men, especially once we hit middle age, we've dealt with at least 2 females in our lives who are certified for that. Okay, yes, so we know because we've generally been with one, sometimes with more than one. And this is why in the internet age, when they talk about the red pill, it's because men started comparing notes. And we started noticing things, questions we never even thought to ask. Like, you talk about a woman's body count. Well, that's cool. That's great. That's nice to know. But have you ever looked through her medicine cabinet? What? Did you ever look? You looking through her cell phone? Did you ever look through her purse and see what her medications are? Because when we start meeting females, they always got jiggling pills. They always got a prescription to go pick up. Nobody's telling you what that is or what it's for. And if you go take a little bit of a look, there's a whole bunch of fellas in here. Fellas, y'all can put up the pill emoji in the chat room if you went through a chick's medicine cabinet or her purse and stumbled across her prescription that wasn't for some physical ailment. Give me the pill emoji, fellas, if you done already encountered that and see what it's like. And then you're like, oh, all this odd behavior. Because like, hell, my mama wasn't like that. Well, maybe some of y'all's was, but my sisters weren't like that. My aunts weren't like that. I know a whole bunch of females, and they're not like that. Don't talk about, oh, I'm on my period or whatever. Yeah, you're something different. So then you start noticing, I'll be damned. No wonder you got, take a look at that chat room, by the way, Alicia, if you want to. Then we start, when that happens, it's like, oh, damn, everything fell into place. No wonder. But the real point is that these were conversations we never even had. and she doesn't volunteer this information. Hey, have you ever been diagnosed as something by a professional? That's a specific question you have to ask. Women don't volunteer that. You know, y'all never volunteer something like that. Y'all will marry a man and never tell him that you're on psychotropic medications. You're not going to tell him you were on Ritalin as a kid. You're on Valium. You're on Lexapro. You don't tell him things like that.
Tramadol.
If he doesn't go looking, half of you will lie and the other ones are like, I'm not going to tell him unless he asks. Who the hell thinks to ask for that? That's why as men today, we talk to each other now. These are conversations our grandfathers and fathers never even had to have. And when it was time to start doing it, they just didn't have it. So yes, ma'am, we can spot these things now. Now, let me go into it even further. What are the signs of being bipolar, for example? Well, you're going to be extremely temperamental. You are going to be extremely impulsive. Now, Alicia, take a look at your screen, baby. Oh, I did not bring receipts. I literally brought invoices. I am not telling you what you paid. I'm telling you what you owe. Take a look at your screen right quick, ma'am. This is why I showed this before. You want a diagnosis of bipolar? Baby, this is her bank statement for 1 month. Every black line in here that's been marked out, your screen might have a little bit of a delay with it, but you'll see in just a moment. Every blacked out line on here, folks, these are expenses. These are Brittany's expenses. This is what she's spending. The stuff you can see, that's money coming in. The rest of this is what she's spending. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, 4 pages, 5 pages, 6 pages, 7 pages. 7 pages in 1 month for a single mom with 1 kid who claims that she's unemployed and quote don't have no money, and yet 7 pages of expenditures. This goes way, but this means that if this is grocery, she's going to the grocery store every day, and you know that's not the case. 7 pages. That wasn't no fluke. The very next month, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6. Baby, if this ain't bipolar, it'll do till the bipolar chick gets here. This is a clear sign of impulse spending. And yes, every female has a degree of that, but this is something different here.
Right.
This right here opens a whole new, this is not guessing anymore. This is concrete evidence. This is a person with issues.
Obviously, this sounds like borderline because I do know a little bit. Like I know borderline has like very compulsive behavior, right? Like they just kind of do things on a whim.
Well, yes, and then you hear another sign of being bipolar, having some sexual promiscuity, If you're aware of bipolarism, one of the very distinct elements of it is sexual promiscuity. Brittany Renner, the chick who was sitting up here giving interviews about all the STDs she done got, not one. She's had STDs more than once. She ain't just had one. She's had several STDs.
When did she go on Instagram or something? Or she went on the Shannon?
Yeah, she's on Instagram. She was on Instagram talking about it. But yeah, she's talked about this a number of times. I want to say that she's saying that book she wrote or whatever. But the bottom line is, baby, how many signs are you going to disregard and dismiss before you say, hey, yeah, this is what we see. Everything is in place. Take a look at how she acted in that driveway. She is angry. She's violent. Mm-hmm. Now, it is one thing if you are only one of these things. Mm-hmm. We might have something different here. When you're all of them in one person, you're impulsive with it's one thing if you got a bad temper. Okay, you quick to put ball your fists up. All right, well, we've seen that cat. That doesn't mean you're necessarily impulsive with your spending. How you do one thing is how you do all things. Everything she does is impulsive. She hops into bed impulsively. She talks impulsively. She spins impulsively. She starts fights impulsively. She has no impulse control. None. Even when it becomes, now here's the part where it becomes a medical issue, when it's no longer in your best interests. You're endangering yourself. She is to such a degree that she endangers herself. Now she's got a kid. She's starting to fight with baby daddy in the damn driveway with a kid sitting there. No regard for how this is going on with them. She has none. Her mama sitting right behind her. No regard either. Now that goes beyond. That goes beyond. I got a bad attitude.
Yeah, it's that child's nature as well. Like, it's like your actions are affecting your child. Like, because like you said, it does affect the child, whether you believe it or not. So it's going to affect.
Yes,
them too.
Once again, we're not just naming one element, and here we go with our armchair physician. That's all bundled in one person, and she does this all the time. Now she has gotten up and she's just rolling dice now. She's gotten up and moved from one side of the country all the way to the other side of the continent on some scheme to exploit more money out of her baby daddy. Now, if that's not, this could end disastrously for her financially. If the judge is like, yeah, heifer, I see what you're doing. Trump's in office, so we doing things different now. And this goes disastrously. What does she do now? What does she do now if this goes disastrously? And that was an impulse move. That was an impulse decision. I'm going to be vindictive and I'm going to get back at him and I'm going to get paid too, with no regard for how this will affect her, the child.
Yeah.
Well, Jason, why didn't she think this through more? She never does. She never thinks things through. She does what she feels like doing because she's been told you can do that. Because you light and bright and damn near white and you're really cute. Do whatever you want to do. And men have enabled it. Let's be clear. She's on this mess because one more thing. She has a bad relationship with her mom. What? Oh, yeah, one more thing.
That.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
No, go look at the DJ Vlad interview. When she talked to DJ Vlad, she said it before, and Vlad asked her about it. But y'all can go look it up. When she did a DJ Vlad interview, she said, yeah, she didn't have a good relationship with her mom. Nope. She got beef and animosity with her mom. Because she felt like her mom got animosity with her. That her mom wanted to lay up with black men. I'm going to clean it up. We can go down the list. Yeah. So that tells you Brittany got a color complex.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, I mean, how much more information, how much more evidence do you want me to stack on this desk?
I think you made your point. Definitely made your point for sure.
Females can be mercurial and females can be temperamental. Yeah, and females can certainly be selfish. Yeah, there's that. But then there's this over here. And it's like, wow, this is a particularly potent strain of those negative things. And we're finding several of them in one person.
Right.
Remember, as a female, you're supposed to be softer because by definition you are. Your bones are softer, your musculature is softer, and biologically speaking, you got to carry children. So having a daredevil, reckless behavior and attitude is dangerous for you at a biological level. Intrinsically, you're supposed to be opposed to that because you can't be a good mom if you're trying to fight folk pregnant, Cardi B. But that's a sign that's not conducive to motherhood. So biologically, you're supposed to be resisting that kind of behavior. When you got a female who's just all of the above, bring on the drugs, bring on the drinking, bring on the fighting, bring on the slutting, bring on the carousing. Let me sleep with this dude. I think I got his name, but I'm not really sure. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's have sex anyway. Let me go jet setting and globe trotting. Let me fight my mama. Let me fight my baby daddy. I don't back down. Let me put this wig on. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's very
rough. I know I'm being polite with bipolar. We're really at this point, we're really kind of stretching over in the borderline personality disorder. We're really actually encroaching on that. We're really encroaching on that right now. I'm just being kind by saying bipolar. I'm just going to be kind with that. But in reality, we're really stretching over into something else right now.
I would say narcissism. Maybe narcissism. I don't know. I'm not sure. Sounds like narcissism to me.
The problem, I have my definition of narcissism, which I think is functional, because I try to give you all definitions for things you can look for. The technical definition, narcissism, without me getting too far off in the woods, psychologists will tell you that narcissism is particularly difficult to, quote, diagnose because it has specific elements to it. And a lot of people just throw that term around,
Yeah, right.
you know, but I think the most useful way of interpreting it is that this is a person who is self-absorbed to the point that everything else gets blacked out.
Yeah.
And while females to a certain degree have that vanity to them, then you have individuals who are malicious. And as far as for me, it's narcissism when it starts to become malicious. There's a conscious element to what you're doing. Females can become tunnel visioned and selfish, so they become negligent. You are so busy looking at yourself and taking care of you that you're not regarding the damage you're doing to these other people by neglecting them. Narcissism is different. Narcissism is, yes, this is going to hurt you, but this is in my best interest, so hurting you is the price of doing business. So we're going to do this anyway. And don't worry, you'll be cool with it when I come back. You just sleep off those bruises. That's narcissism. When we start getting into that. And that's Brittany Renner. Brittany is, I mean, she literally like, she's sleeping with athletes and doesn't even have the respect to say, well, you know, they're cool people. They're dumb. They're stupid. Now you start sounding like Trump. Yeah, you're dumb. You're stupid. Pour me a drink. Did you hear what you just called me? Yeah. You're going to buy me a drink, aren't you? Are you crazy? No, I'm just narcissistic. Yeah, they really do believe that their value is above yours because they love themselves so much. My value is above yours. So narcissists, a key element for them is they don't hide it. In reality, they don't hide it. They can't. It's impulsive. That's their worldview doesn't just center around them. They are the world. Everything else is this nagging, annoying inconvenience intruding on the most important thing, which is them. So that conscious element, when you start noticing and seeing that, okay, here we go.
Run.
Well,
You run.
I mean, certainly run if you don't walk. Certainly run, or walk if you don't run. But the bottom line is, when you meet those kind of people, let's be very, very clear. Crazy chicks are fantastic in bed.
And deal with it.
It's just this bottom line. Why do you think females like the quote unquote bad boys? Because they're exciting. Normal average dudes are boring. I mean, it's like, okay, you're sitting on the couch. An average dude can come do the same damn routine every day. Get up, get dressed, go to work, come back home, sit on the couch, eat, go to bed, rinse and repeat for 30 years. The bad boys don't do that. He's doing things. He's moving stuff. He's making things happen. He breaks monotony. And so that's the difference. Hoes are the same way. Crazy chicks are the same way. They are not average. They break monotony. They're exciting. They're engaging. You know, they're the life of the party, sometimes for good or bad. So, and when in bed, they're definitely the life of the party there. So, because they don't have inhibitions, they are impulsive. They don't have regrets. So they don't mind doing whatever you want them to do because she doesn't regret things. Yeah, she also didn't regret things with the last 50 guys she slept with.
Oh, please.
She also doesn't regret that either. So it's like, okay, well, here's your ticket to ride. Enjoy your turn. Leave this heifer at the front desk when you leave. Now, there's the mistake that men make because the average chick is boring in bed. They get a chick who know what to do and ain't all gas, no brakes. And he's like, I'll be damned. This was gourmet. I'm not really trying to let this go so I can get back over here to plain Jane. I ain't really trying to do that. That's where men get messed up.
You know what's interesting to me is after all the shit that she's done, you know, ran through and whatever else she did, she doesn't understand why she can't be a wife. It's like, are you serious right now? You've like done so much crazy shit. Why would anybody want to marry you?
She can be a wife to a fellow who ain't got a damn thing to lose.
Right.
She can be a wife to a fellow who's making $30,000 a year and doesn't mind tangling with the police every other year. She needs to be with a hood dude who ain't got nothing to lose. Because that's what she is at heart. That's what she is. Anybody else, the only thing she can do is do to you what she's done for herself. Wreck your life. That's all she can really do. She will be an extremely fun ride on the way there. It'll be an extremely exciting ride. I mean, it's going to be filled with triple X rated sex all the way there, but your destination is the junkyard. Your destination is the landfill. So imagine having the most exciting fireworks, gourmet hors d'oeuvres, French pastry trip with triple X rated sex all the way to the landfill. You're like, this bus is the bomb, nigga. This is fantastic. And you're like, I want this bus to drive forever. And the bus driver's like, boy, we got about 3 more miles. And then you got to get out. You haven't even looked out the windows. How would you? They're all fogged up. So you're like, okay. But just imagine the most exciting, delectable ride to the landfill. Well, common sense now tells you, if you want to enjoy this ride, I recommend you get off before the last stop. But do not stay here all the way to its destination, because the bus's destination is about to become yours.
Right. Right.
And when you check in, you won't check out. And right now, PJ, I mean, as far as winning the emotional war with Brittany, right now he's winning. But he's about to start losing again. Because if that judge grants her you got to pay for her, everything rides on that this judge makes him pay her legal bills. Imagine having the worst roommate in the world and you're being told you have to pay the rent for both of you. So we can't evict, we can evict him if he stops paying rent. Oh, good. He ain't paying rent now. And then the judge says you have to pay his rent because that would be unfair. I got to pay for him to stay here? And that's what very likely is about to happen to him. In which case now that $50,000 is just a down payment. What that lawyer's talking about, that's just a down payment. And the lawyer knows it. He'll just go back and ask for more. And this will become an open-ended battle of him fighting himself. He's going to be literally funding the enemy to sue him. He'll literally be paying for her court actions against him. And then he'll be paying to fight it. And if you think she's going to stop, you haven't paid attention to the last 15 years of her life and certainly are not believing that she's bipolar and borderline personality disorder. This is her life now.
Yeah.
Next thing she's going to start.
He's going to have to deal with this BS, not just for now, but for the next, how old is the kid for? For the next 14 years of his life, he's going to be dealing with this crazy
No,
cycle.
not the next 14 years. No.
Oh, okay.
No, she's not going to stop there.
Yeah.
She is going to try to make this as outrageously. At a certain point, it's not going to be about money anymore. Now remember, I taught you all, I don't know how long you've been following me, but I've taught you all this in the Dark Arts of Game over on my Patreon. I've told you about unspoken female assumptions. When a female meets you, she expects you to fulfill all of her expectations. Whatever the previous men didn't do, you are now being presented with the bill. So PJ Washington was presented with the bill for what Drake didn't do. And all the other rappers and the ball players and athletes who gave her STDs. She went to go find this fellow way younger than her. She got him fresh out of high school. And okay, PJ, well, you're the designated victim. Here's the bill. For all those things those other good dudes didn't do, you have to give that to me now. And that's what she's on. If that doesn't work, it'll just be personal. And now she's just going to be like, you know what? I can't fight Drake. I can't fight any of them. Them dudes, I got no leverage. I can't do that. I've already snitched on all of them and put all the sundry business out there, and all they do is make me look bad. I'm just going to spend the rest of my damn life messing you up. I'm going to you, the kid, that heifer you married. Hopefully I can break up your marriage. Mm-hmm. Brittany Renner would be thrilled if she could break up their marriage. Even if she don't get anything else, she'll be just over there fist pumping. Like Blade, yes. If I'm going to lose, damn it, we all going to lose.
Yeah.
And she'll just keep doing that. So that's why I'm saying that it'll be even worse. And I'll let y'all know I'm not thrilled with the chick that PJ married. I mean, that's just round 2. We saw what she did when Brittany started acting up. So she's every bit as much of a wildcat as the chick he left. So yeah, they look good on Instagram, but he got a single mom, light skin. Y'all know how the light skin chicks are. Damn. No disrespect. If you're light skin, you're already crazy. Light skin chicks are already crazy. We love you. Y'all are a special kind of crazy, but we got to call you for what you is.
Guilty.
Okay, well, thank you. At least you're a man can respect that. At least she's level with herself. Yes, I am. Okay, well, at least you know what you're getting into. But the bottom line is, yeah, she's not going to change. Now he's got 2 of them. So the odds against him are really stacked. And Brittany is going to be a source of contention. She's going to drag his wife into court. She's going to figure out a way to do that. How is the wife going to hold up when Brittany starts doing that? How is this going to go? Well, I mean, yeah, but the only way out would be to get rid of him. She's already had the kid by him, so that's it. She got the money and she got the ring and the baby, so she's a single mom, so she already left one dude. Didn't even have to get married. She's like, well, I don't think I got married. She already left one dude. So, like I say, the math here isn't going to work. I find the math to be very formidable where his choices are concerned. So I'm not telling dudes what to do in that regard. Go grab you a light-skinned chick. Man, go grab you a chick from the Dominican Republic. Go get you a half Asian broad or whatever your flavor is. You don't even have to do that. Well, fellas, do what you do. But I need y'all to start finding the finest, sexiest thing you can and have sex with her and send her home. Just do what you do and send her home. She's not wife material. She isn't even girlfriend material. Fellas out here be so damn needy for a mommy that anything with thick thighs and D cups, or in case they ain't gotta have that, and they're just so damn susceptible for their mommy issues. And yes, I'm talking about PJ Washington, that mouth breathing with his mouth open all the damn time. Damn. They go look for these guys who got obvious signs of overgrown mama's boy. Yes, you look at me crazy, Alicia. That's exactly what it is. PJ Washington, every time y'all see a picture of him, his mouth is agape. That's that sign from the time the little children, that mouth breathing thing. Yeah, that's a maturity failure right there. That's not a stereotype. That's something diagnosable. I call that knuckle dragging thing. The females look, no, he looks like a dope. Okay, let me see what I can get from him. And they're doing it. So I need fellas to be able to lay up with a bad broad and send her home and tell her I'll see you when you come through. And if you don't, it'll be greater later. And I need fellas to be comfortable with that, because they are sitting up here making commitments that they can't walk away from that involve the state with chicks who were really only good for a good time. If she's thrills and chills, you need to see, she's fun to hang with, but I saw signs, and fellas like that kind of thing. Oh, spicy, and she's spicy and stuff. Okay, well, the spice is on now, ain't it? Damn that. You have fun with spicy. You don't keep it. The problem is, I'm calling it for what it is. You get these crazy chicks up in there. You get some light-skinned chick up in there. She goes quadruple X rated on your ass. And the first thing you think is, I can't let another fella grip these butt cheeks. I can't let that happen. So I'm going to do what I got to do to keep other dudes' hands off her. And when she sees that that's where you are, you know you light-skinned chicks do that. But when he sees where that's where you are, she's like, nigga, I got you. Now she's going to press you. And that's where they end up at. PJ didn't have anybody who knew the game. He ain't smart enough to have it. Lay up with Brittany. Send her home. That's not wife material, dude. What's she doing at this college basketball game? She doesn't even like basketball. All she does is insult basketball players. What the hell are you? She doesn't even like basketball, bro. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Send her home. Lay up with her. Do what all the smart dudes did. Send her home. Lay up with her. You had your turn. Send her home. Kevin Gates did that. Laid up with her for a few months. All right, I'm through with that. Bye.
She knew what she was doing. She played him. She played him like a chess game. She knew exactly what she was doing.
She targeted someone who was younger and naive and wasn't aware of her rep for the last decade.
What? How are you not? It's all over. It was all over Instagram.
Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. People don't go back and look over 10 years of your history. I know it because I was there. So I remember when she first came on the scene. So I know it, but I'm way older than PJ. Other than that, he would have to actually go research it. So you can find some things, but is he necessarily going to come across that thing? He don't even look like kind of dude reads anything. So is he going to read where she talked about all the STDs she had? Or did anybody even tell him? I've been around athletes, movie stars, musicians. Baby, they got a bunch of yes men around them. I'm telling y'all right now, I ain't going to say too much, but y'all, these celebrities, they got two things, drug dealers and a bunch of yes men. And y'all don't understand it. They have a never-ending flood of people who they made it their job to not make this person unhappy with them in any way. So they can hang out. Because, I mean, when you hang out with somebody like that, you don't know what bubblegum money is. You don't have to spend any money. They'll pay for food just because they got it. They got more money than they can ever spend in a lifetime. They'll pay for food, drinks, just to have company. They do that. They don't have personalities. They're a damn bore. Or they're so damn annoying, they start talking about themselves and they just become annoying. So they got hangers on all over the damn place. Y'all don't understand how it is. Most of the folks who hang out with them, these are no good niggas who ain't about nothing. And their job is just to stay in this person's good graces. They will tell them anything. If he likes that chick over there, oh, she good. He won't say anything against it. If he likes it, I love it. So whatever that guy sets his eyes on, you just along with it. That's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is he's a dummy and he's got a bunch of yes men who are a bunch of dummies like him. And you see a lot of that too. So the first folks know better. They just ain't going to tell you. The second set don't even know. And that's all you got around you. Man, these guys got that for days. I'm telling you, it's everywhere. If you ever meet these guys in person, you always hear about these celebrities with their entourage, particularly athletes and rappers. I'm telling y'all who the entourage is. A bunch of yes men and yes women whose sole goal is to make sure whatever this person wants, whatever he wants to hear, that's what I'm going to tell him. Whatever makes him happiest with me so I can get some benefits. That's it. In comes PJ Washington. Baby, that stuff I just told you about, the yes men, that starts in high school. Just as soon as everybody in your town, I come from one of those states. I come from one of those cities. Stroll Mile Swift, what's up? I come from one of those places. I've seen them my whole damn life. When the news media starts talking about them, aired there on the radio, television, Netflix, magazine covers, ESPN, all the way to high school now. Everybody can see when you gonna be the guy. You're gonna be the guy. Recruiters are looking at you. Scouts are looking at you from the colleges. So you're a prospect, number one prospect, top 10 prospect in high school. Everybody is like, he's going to the majors. He's going to the pros. If they get a sniff that that's what's happening, baby, you seen it. Y'all see the white girls lined up for him. It's like, okay, he going pro. If and everybody wants to try to prospect on you as early as they can. That means it starts in high school. So that means the yes men start in high school. Girl, you were in high school. How many yes men did you have? How many people did you have who were terrified to hurt your feelings?
Maybe a few. I wasn't very popular. Like a couple.
Okay, you had a couple. You didn't have everybody.
No.
There was no one who was afraid to hurt your feelings. Now imagine a crazy psycho world where everybody's afraid to hurt your feelings. They'll just tell you anything, whatever they think you want to hear. And that was your high school years. By the time he met Brittany, and Brittany knows everything I just said. She knows all this. And so she also knew how to weigh it and play it. And she said, all these other athletes, they've known my rep for 10 years. I need somebody who doesn't know the background and doesn't know my track record, or at least doesn't know it as much. He puts less weight on it. The guys who've been watching me for the last 15 years, they put all their weight on that. I need somebody who doesn't put as much weight on it. He'll do. And then you see, who's that? Drea Michelle didn't grab one. Yeah, these chicks, this is a conscious decision they're making now. The men who know their rep, they're making a conscious decision. Yeah, we're flipping the script. Let me go find a younger victim.
Yes.
Who doesn't know about doesn't know all the details about the last 15 years. And he's so busy, he can't be bothered to get informed. And even if he could, nobody around him is going to try to displease him. So the odds are in my favor. And that's what it is.
Jesus. So that's all I can say. Jesus Christ. This is like insanity. It's just, this whole situation is like crazy to me. I don't get it. just try to process it all. I'm just like, wow, this bitch is crazy. Sorry, shouldn't use that word, but
as a female, you don't think that way.
and the funny thing is I deal with it like personally with my sister. So it's all coming back to me now. I know what this is like. I've seen this before. It's nothing new to me. No, I'm serious. Like really though. I'm not playing. Like it's the truth. And my sister's not even she's white. She's not black at all. She's white. So it's crazy. Just
hope you learned something tonight.
I did.
Thank you for giving us a call. Well, I think she got something out of it.
Okay. This is what I have a huge issue with. This young lady knew exactly what I was saying was to be true because it's in her family. But they want to play dumb. They act like they don't know that these characteristics are what they claimed, what they're being said to be. But they want to play dumb because they feel triggered by it. You're not helping by acting like you're naive about something like this. If anything, you keep perpetuating it. And this is why women aren't being called out on these actions, and you think that it's okay. She knew exactly what I was saying. She knew exactly what I was saying to be true because it's either in her family or she sees it within herself. And instead of just being honest with yourselves, stop lying, stop playing these games because you just don't want to be called out on it and you don't want to acknowledge it. And if you cannot acknowledge it, then things will never change. And it's disingenuous. Nobody should have to deal with this. Men should not have to deal with this. If you don't start calling yourself out and start actually reflecting on your own behavior, all you're going to do is pass these same negative predatory characteristics down to your children. And then those kids are going to end up growing up having issues, being alone, becoming bitter. And stop playing these games. You're not stupid. You're not naive. So start being honest with yourselves.
It can be hard to do that.
It is hard.
That can be hard to do that because, you give up a lot when you face that. Most of these folks have never had the conversation with anybody who could have an objective discussion with them about that.
But if you can't be honest with yourself, then how can you expect to be honest with somebody else?
Well, their frame of reference has been their parents, their mother, so that's the conversation that goes on with them. So first, everything's about denying it because if you accept it, it has all the ramifications that come along with that. Oh, people can really see what it is. They really see what I'm doing. They really see what this is like. It's not just one ramification that you're dealing with. When you start down this road, there's a number of cascading ramifications that come after this, one after another, and all of these are relevant. So, when you accept this is accepting everything that goes along with it. It's like it really is dirty.
You refuse to acknowledge.
Well, first we got to get you on changing it. Because remember, their default position is that everything's all right. That's their default. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. That's their default.
But I get that. But if your life, you're saying everything is fine, but if everything in your life is showing that it isn't, then obviously there's a contradiction there. Because if everything was fine, then you would be in a better situation.
Yeah, but the issue is it's not everything, though. Remember, because from her standpoint, she's like those people over there. So it's not everything. Some things. Just remember, that's not her position. Her position is, it's not everything, it's one thing. I'll let you have the last word.
That's all I want to say, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Yeah, like I say, the first time they get straightened out, when they see things differently, but there's a lot that comes along with that. All right, Jay, you're here on Zoom. What's on your mind, Jay?
What's going on, man? Just wanted to say, one, good broadcast. And two, I already know how you feel about stepkids, right? But I have two stepsons who is 9 and 7, I'm trying to explain to them what things to look out for, right? I want to hear from you what exactly is it to look out for them to look out for so they don't fall in the same trap that many other men fell for.
Okay, well, first of all, you have to have a purpose in and of yourself. Number one thing, what is your purpose in life? And it cannot be a female.
Right.
Now, that's the first thing. You all have been conditioned to believe that your reason for living is to find a woman, take care of a woman, appease a woman, lay up with a woman, that's the goal you're working for. And that is not it. The most important thing in a man's life is finding his purpose. The most important thing in a woman's life is finding a man with a purpose. But your job is not to make the female your goal and your aim. You become misguided. She's a side effect and the beneficiary of that, but she cannot be the goal. This is drilled into you by single motherism, feminism, and society that's weaponized against you, and that benefits and profits off of subjugating you. And if they can get you subjugated to your own desires, well, I got you. So first and foremost, lack of a purpose, something that centers around you, something that you're fulfilled by, something that shows the world your worth and your value, something that shows you're competitive, something that justifies your existence, not just in your own head, but in the greater world. Yes, something that's out there that says, hey, I am the best or one of the best in the world at this. That's how you justify your existence. That is your mission. That's your purpose. It's not something that's between your ears. If you lack that, now you're just working on survival. Men who are reduced to survival start operating on their primal instincts. When a man has a daughter, what's the first thing that you all try to teach her? When you're choosing a man, baby, don't go off of primal instincts. Don't go off of attraction. Well, he's the one I'm attracted to. You mean physically. That says nothing about his character. His character is what's going to take care of you, not his looks, not his swag, and not how many other females want to be with him. His character and personality are what are going to take care of you for the rest of your days, not his looks. So as a man, you understand that. You would never tell her go off of her instincts. Okay, but if nobody teaches her, if she's left to her own devices, well, he must be the right guy. How do I feel inside? I'm getting all warm and buzzy. He must be the right one. My body's telling me, my heart tells me he's the right one. You see what happens when we rely on our instincts. So we have to subjugate those. That's the enemy. A man has to think. So first and foremost, purpose. That's the first thing. The next thing is that coming from that, now you will gauge everything and everybody around you against that. Are they beneficial to the purpose? Because you are too invested in this. This is what you've given your life to. This is your woman, my purpose. This is my everything. You can be with me, but only if you enhance the purpose. You're a detriment to it, you have to go. I don't care how great the sex is. I don't care how much I like you. You have to go. You're a problem with purpose. You got to go. And that's how you make that decision. So now everything else gets weighed against that. When you have children, now we're talking about legacy. These are the heirs to the purpose. Now I need a woman who knows how to raise the heirs to my purpose. I didn't do this so this could crumble in one damn generation. I did this because this changes everything. So the value of the woman is like, wait a minute, no. How well does she plug into the purpose? Because I'm not interested with a female who's not going to help maintain and perpetuate that. If this chick don't plug into it, if she's not fit to carry this on, you're not the right one. You're not the right one. On account of the fact that you are incapable of perpetuating the purpose that I built. So if you can't do it, got to keep rolling. Might lay it with you for a little bit, but yeah, you cannot be the caretaker of my future. Certainly not the caretaker of the legacy. You're not capable. You're not fit. So when your man has a purpose, and takes it seriously, so much of everything else falls into place. Last but not least, you have to have options. You have to have options. When fellas don't have much female experience, what happens is they dive on the first damn one that rubs his leg. The first one that responds without picking up a hatchet to him. That's the one he go with. because you're in such a drought for so often that you're just desperate to stop the damn drought. And the first chick who looks like she's going to be halfway committed to that, you throw all your chips on her. Usually because you got nothing to lose. When you've been around the block and you've seen that and done that, you've had a number of different females, both positive experiences and negative. Everything ain't great. You dealt with females who were great. You dealt with females who were hell. You've seen it. Well, now you know what to look for, both positive and negative. You see the little signs that were the triggers from the beginning. The great thing about getting your heart broke is men reflect over our experiences. Women never do. That's why women make the same mistakes over and over again for the rest of their lives. When men get their hearts broken, we immediately start doing an inventory. How did that happen? What did I do wrong? How did I cause this? Women say, how did he cause this? When we say, how did I cause this? We look at ourselves. And as a result, we start noticing, well, you know what? Whatever it was she did last, if she cheated on you, if she stole from you, if she assaulted you, if she lied to your kinfolk, you start noticing, you know what? She was doing little things like that all along. Or at least I thought they were little. Or I called it little because I was really trying to get in sex with her. So I diminished that. Now I see that wasn't little. That was serious. So these were little clues along the way. And then one day you wake up and I'll be damned, that's all you have is the bad stuff. Or at least it's one bad thing that breaks the camel's back. When your goal is sex, you overlook everything. That's just the cost of getting into bed. So you overlook those things. When you've had a number of different females and you know you can replace her, you don't make one female the whole objective. Now you know you got options and you're not afraid to use them if things are not going the way they must be going. All of a sudden now it's like, yeah, you realize I should have cut bait on this heifer a while ago. Or I should have been with her to an extent and no further. Okay, baby, I laid there with you for 3-4 years. Yeah, that's the extent of your value right there. I'm dating with a purpose. I ain't going to just be laying up with you forever. Well, where are we going? We're going back to bed. I ain't doing all this. Okay, well, Mac 10, you want to bounce? You can bounce if you want to bounce, but I'm not going to overpay. This is the value. I'm cool with us just like we are. If you're not cool anymore, hey, baby, it's a relationship, not a prison. You can leave whenever you want to. And when you've done, but brother, for a man, it only takes you 2 or 3 times to do that. And you'll never spend the rest of your damn life with one female trying to figure out how you can handcuff her and get her to be there. Because when you got options, you know, it's like, if I'm alone tonight, it's because I want to be. A female is not going to dictate if you're alone tonight. When you become that guy where you got options that you literally can dial, it's like, baby, look here, you can do what you want to do. But if I'm alone tonight, it's not going to be because you dictated it. A lot of females, that's their leverage. For most females. Well, if you don't do what I want, you ain't going to have nobody in bed tonight. I'm like, oh, okay. You called the wrong. Don't make me call that bluff on you. So when you become that guy, everything becomes different when you become him. So those are the steps right there. If you have sons or otherwise, that's the conversation you want to have. You want to have a conversation about what is it that prevents you from being so damn vulnerable.
Yeah.
All right. One more question. As time is going, do you see this getting better? Like for us?
No, I mean, not until we make it better. Men, we are. It's not going to get better until we make it better.
Okay.
Men, for the last 2-3 generations, the situation was deteriorating, but it was easy for them to be goof-offs. It's not easy for your generation to do that. You go off and go make some bastard kids, it's a felony. You go off and you're constantly, perpetually, your money is short. Folk ain't going to fool with you. You won't even have friends. You just be alone. 40 years ago, you could be a broke dude with a porch full of friends. Try that today.
That's out.
It ain't going to work. So they had a different world. You were not expected to be a 6-figure man 40 years ago. Today is mandatory. Not just the income level, but the status and everything comes along with it. Being average is no longer something people aspire to or accept. You can do it, but you will be at the bottom of the barrel. And if a female is with you, she's resentful because she feels she had to settle for you, even if you are numerically the best she could do. She doesn't see that as her shortcoming. She sees that as yours. It's your fault, and she's expecting you to kick it into gear so that she can have the life that she wants. And if she can't get that, she blames you. It's your fault if she can't get it. So now that you all understand what that is, it's like proceed accordingly. Recognize it for what it is. If you got sons, you got young kids, tell them what the game really is. Make sure he's focused on his purpose so that his goal doesn't become, okay, well, I make a little money, because men are about sex and some minor creature comfort. And for us, when we have that, everything's in balance. You got fellas on Skid Row. He ain't trying to get off the pipe. He's got drugs, and he got some skranky crack hoe who'll sleep with him tonight. It's like, well, why I gotta leave Skid Row for? I get food to the soup kitchen. I got a tent over my head, if not a roof. And I got this old raggedy alley cat laying over me. Well, why I gotta strive for more? Man, I'm straight.
Right.
I'm straight. Well,
Blind as hell.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that, by the way, that's how most men operate. Now, they might have a 9 to 5, but the bottom line is let's just be honest, that's how most men operate.
I was with him since I listened to you. So
yeah, they get to a level of comfort, and then they really just want to sit down and maintain. And that's really what they're looking for. And what do I got to do to get to a point where I just maintain? And the problem is that competition is a moving target. It's not stationary. This is a moving target. And every day you wake up, the target is moved again. And if nobody told you, I mean, that just is what it is. The target is moving. So you got to make sure you keep up with it.
thank you, man. I just wanted to ask you new questions and say, thank you for the broadcast. You know what I'm saying? You're doing a great job. And every time I listen, I learn something new. And I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight.
I'm going.
Yeah, fellas, like I say, no disrespect. No disrespect about it. I just got to keep it real with you. I got to keep it real with you here, fellas. It's, shout out to you. I mean, if you want to do the stepdad thing, I ain't here to disrespect you. I'm not going to do that. I'm never going to be sitting in front of your woman, talking crazy. I'm not going to do that. But, hey, part of being a man is I got to give it to you straight. I got to give it to you straight. And part of giving it to you straight is like, this is not an advantageous position. She's not plugged into your program because that's not what you asked for. You're plugged into her program. But I'm like, okay, I know you ain't got a program because you're plugged into hers. This is a program that really revolves around what she needs. A female needs to be revolved around what you need. A female needs to revolve around what you need. If it's not doing good, man, if it's not working, you need to have a standard so that when it's not working out like it should be, all right, you know what to do. But if getting with a female becomes your purpose, then you just become this male concubine. And every man loves it as long as it serves him for the little while it serves him. But we don't get it. As men, we don't get the benefit of being a male concubine. We don't get that, man. Females are, that's not the way they operate. That isn't the way they operate. So if you get yourself into a trap, man, you get yourself into a bind, it's going to be rough. And I did tonight's program to remind everybody and show you that, by the way, the news behind the news, the story behind the story, I don't know how many folks told you. I don't know how many folks didn't tell you. I don't know what they said. I don't know what they didn't say. I don't know what they informed you about. I don't know what they didn't inform you about. I don't know what you read or what you didn't read. But, by the way, somebody brought you the actual invoices tonight to show you what was really going on. And this is just one of many. This is just one among many. Brittany represents the Instagram set. This is what is happening with so many Instagram chicks out there. And fellas, it doesn't do us any good to play dumb. This is what they got going on. This is it. This is what it really means to be them. And there's a lot of you fellas out here never imagined that you could have the pull or the ability to get one of these chicks up here that you see on Instagram, you see on TikTok. Oh, she out of the league. Man, if you fellas knew the difference. If a baller can't come through, and for a lot of them, that's not really going to be happening for you. Not really. She wishes it were, but that's not really what's going to be happening. So stay tuned, sports fans. We'll see how things go. We'll see how things go. I wonder how Brittany is going to try to stunt after this. I wonder if she's going to come back after this and talk about how things are going so great and she's got her act together. I wonder if she's going to try that after this. We'll see. We'll see. She might try to come back and say something, but it's going to be kind of rough to make this happen after you done got out here and told it, after your attorney set up here and put you out there. It's going to be rough to say you flossing and balling after your attorney said, by the way, she is unemployed and got no money. Baby, who you fooling? We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. We went a bit long. I don't know. I might clip off the front of the program, make that a separate video. So it's a little more, bite-sized. Might make something a little bit more bite-sized so people can keep up with it. We'll see. All right, where am I at here? Oh, I did not say here. By the way, thank you to everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to my man, Ripside. Had Ripside call in here tonight, so thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Mike Mayus, John Horowitz, Ozzy Edwards, Project Leroy, Tech and Peck, Triple X, and everybody else here who's contributed to tonight's program. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. As you can see, we get the documents, we get the documentation, we go the story behind the story. If you're not tuned in here, do you realize how much you simply do not know? Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell, join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, we do it every weekend, 12 noon Central Time. You are more than welcome to join us. The link is in the description of every video. So be there and see what we're talking about. Got the next subject coming up here for the book list. So we're preparing to do the next book for the book list. Everybody loved the last one. I'm very, very intrigued and excited to go ahead and do the next one we're getting ready to do here. So you'll have details on that tomorrow. The insights into that you'll receive nowhere else as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business, or your business might go to court and handle you.